Okay. So, can you hear me? I am testing, 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 testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, 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 testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you. By the way, to those who have just joined, this is going to be starting at 7 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock Eastern time, from wherever you are watching. So we are just doing a test to make sure everything is working properly. It's a very tight race for Georgia, that's for sure. We are almost to 7 o'clock. $6.52. All right, let's see. I know, right? The Trump-Pence stuff on the back and the Biden-Harris, I kind of put that up last minute. Okay. See ya. See if the live chat comes up there. I'm gonna pull it up. Just say something in the chat. For in a second here. Doesn't say. So is the live chat on? I don't see it. I don't really care. Just wondering here. $6.55. Gotcha. Thank you. Just a little uncomfortable. I'm trying to get that finished over. Hang in there. Says we got about 4 minutes. $6.57. 6:58. Yeah, but it probably didn't save it. That's okay. Here, try this. 6:59. Says saved. Should be on. Just a couple more seconds. Hello, everyone. I am Trevor Huff. Tonight I will be covering the presidential election 2020 for you all today. Currently, over the last hour, Joe Biden has won in Vermont and Virginia by projection, and President Trump has won in Kentucky and West Virginia as far as we know this moment. There have been a few swing states, as in Virginia currently is being led by President Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden down to 33. Kentucky is one of the main states that Trump has won so far. So as for right now, it has called Biden for District of Columbia. As the polls have just now come in, Biden and Trump are too close to call in Florida. 49.7 Trump to 49.5 Biden. That is in Florida at this moment. As far as we know, Florida should be a pretty good Republican state for President Trump to win. If Joe Biden does manage to come up with the victory there, I would be fairly surprised. It's also too close to call in Pennsylvania, too early to call, rather, in Pennsylvania. That's another key state for many of them, but Pennsylvania has gone to the Democrats over the last few years. Maybe President Trump can do a swing this time. As for New Jersey, currently they have projected Joe Biden. Oklahoma projected Trump. Rhode Island projected Biden for the first time in a while because, as far as I have seen for the last few years, President Trump or the Republicans have won over Rhode Island. Of course, this is only a projection. Currently, the projections show Joe Biden 91 to President Trump's 56. And Trump has come in as Alabama also. District of Columbia has gone to Joe Biden at this moment, and Delaware has gone to Joe Biden. Maine, Maryland, and Massachusetts have also been projected to Joe Biden. But as I have seen over the last several election years and the last hour, they have projected several people to win in different states, but have changed over the time that we've seen so far. But President Trump has already been projected to win Tennessee. So it's definitely tight. Both are winning some interesting states, as far as we know, but we have to see what exactly is going to happen eventually towards the end of this, because it's always too early to call when you're in these situations. When you come in here this early. Like I said, like several of the news channels have already said before, and like I have said, it's too early for anyone to say anything. You still have several states left in the running. We haven't seen yet any of the states that Trump had just blown up with last year. But I do believe that Missouri has already entered. Does not say on my screen, but Missouri has been projected to President Trump. Mississippi has been projected to President Trump. Yes, Missouri has been told. And Oklahoma, Tennessee, former Vice President Joe Biden has Vermont, like I said earlier, and Virginia. As far as I'm concerned, I would say that it's gonna be interesting to see what's gonna go down in Georgia and Florida. As for right now, Joe Biden has the lead in Georgia, and President Trump has the lead in Florida. But like I said, it is still too early to call for now, and we got a long night here. So that's how it has been going so far in the governor battle, in the governor race for Missouri. The Missouri governor polls currently nothing in yet, but it's Mike Parsons and Nicole Galloway. And just called, Kentucky Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell has officially been reelected for the Republicans. And it's currently 34-42 in the Republicans down currently. I'm getting something right now saying that there was a swing state to Biden that has been traded over to Trump, and I believe it is Virginia, as I had called earlier. Like I said earlier on, former Vice President Joe Biden up 91. Current President Trump is up 56, down from former Vice President Joe Biden. As of what we have heard from the last few days, there have already been a few states that we had expected to see go to Joe Biden, go to President Trump. It's very early, but we're gonna have to see what's gonna go on later on. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell wins re-election in Kentucky. It was a very, very, very expensive race against another Kentucky former Senator, Amy McGrath. But yes, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell is reelected for Kentucky and will serve another 4 years. It's interesting. A complete Alabama and Mississippi have been projected towards President Trump. President Trump currently has a lead. Oh, okay. Yes. Yeah, President Trump has a little bit of the panhandle left to go if he wants to extend his lead over extend himself over Joe Biden. Florida is a big state for him at this moment. As far as I'm concerned, that state will definitely make a difference. But Georgia has flipped to President Trump. It originally was going to former Vice President Joe Biden. But former Vice President has Maine and Maryland and New Jersey. Even though there is 0% in, that is just a projection as for right now. But as I had said earlier, I'm not going to make any decisive. I'm not going to say who won until it's official. And 100%, or at least close to 100%, is in. Trump is currently winning 65-31 in North Carolina. South Carolina, President Trump also had a pretty good sizable lead, but nothing has been officially released yet. 85-14 in Rosenberg County, North Carolina, which has been a pretty big factor in what we've seen so far in last several presidential elections in Roseburg. because of the amount of people that usually vote from there. In Ohio, currently going to Joe Biden, but there is 35% in at this moment. We shouldn't know about that one for a little while longer. And Kentucky, they just called North Carolina. President Trump projected to win North Carolina. And South Carolina projected to Trump. So that should raise his up his amount of that should raise up his electoral votes against former Vice President Joe Biden. So I'm just getting word that the race is on between Nicole Galloway and current Governor Mike Parsons. I'm going to check on that and get back to you all. This is in Missouri. According to what I'm seeing here also, Barbara Bollier is up just a little bit on Roger Marshall in the Kansas stats. This is the Midwest. Democrats have won in New Hampshire. And Tennessee has reelected Sean Haggerty. I believe that's his first name. It's Haggerty. That's the point. There's a lot of zero in right now. We don't really know all that much. President Trump gaining up on former Vice President Joe Biden in Ohio is still a pretty far-based race at the moment. President Trump wins in Mississippi. So from what I have seen, a lot of people have said some differing things. There are differing opinions over the electoral colleges. You know, some people say that the electoral college should be gotten rid of because of its outdated. I believe that it should stay around, and here's why. The reason is because it protects against the tyranny of the majority, encourage coalition building, and discourages voter fraud. Voter fraud is where the voters can slip ballots, do destructive things to the election. They can basically, influence what happens for the election for right now. But for right now, the electoral college is, I think it's a good thing for our country. I think it keeps our country on its feet and keeps the elections fair, if you understand what I mean. Because if there were popular votes, everything would be all discombobulated, if you understand what I'm saying. There would be basically what I'm saying is there would be a lot of miscounted votes. It would kind of be one of the most unfair elections ever done in the history of the United States of America. Most likely, if they did get rid of the electoral college, I think that it's a good decision, and I think it's good for no matter whose side it's on, whose side you're on. Either way, I believe that it's a decent thing to have for our country. As for right now, the panhandle, like I was saying earlier, is going to President Trump, putting him up at 50-48 in Florida at this moment. It is currently too early to call for most of the states, but Trump has won in a few of them. He still has several he has to work on, but Pennsylvania, unfortunately for the president, Pennsylvania does not look very good for him right now. President Trump has just increased his lead in Georgia. Okay. So we're hearing Ohio. President Trump is working his way up, and Florida is apparently projected to President Trump, as far as I have heard so far. Currently, Sharice Davids beating Amanda Atkins in the Kansas Senate race. Like I said, Mitch McConnell beats McGrath in Kentucky. Both Republicans win back Kentucky for as of this time. So the Republicans are currently standing on Kentucky, just absolutely destroying the Democrats at this point, as they have already projected them as the leaders and winners of that. But President Trump, if he wants to get back into this race, needs some of these votes. From some of these different states, because former Vice President Joe Biden has won a few states that have made a difference in the past years, but currently neither of them have won states that went to the other party last year as of right now. So Oklahoma is he has extended his lead in Oklahoma. And breaking news, it is called Too Close to Call in North Carolina. Okay, so my take on Virginia, from what I have seen as of right now, it's kind of swinging because they had called former Vice President Joe Biden early on, but then President Trump has come back and is leading 59-6, 38 over 38. So I think I saw it in another. I feel like they should remove the projection on that, because as for right now, he is winning in that state, and I just feel like I kind of just feel like we don't know at this moment. Okay, I feel like it's always too early in the beginning to say that this person's going to win here, this person's going to win here. You never really know, if you know what I mean, to say here. You never actually know for this moment. And I know... okay, so Mark Fish is currently texting me right now. He was also one of the people that I was going to call to try and get the call here, asking. I'm thinking I'm just going to call you on the phone here, Mark. So I'll give you more of an insight on Mr. Mark Fish later on when it comes time. I'll be calling him around 8. I'm like I said, I'm not a huge fan of them projecting early. You never really know until later on. So as far as I'm concerned, I believe Trump is inching his way up to inching himself up to Virginia. Okay, I'm getting another report. Okay, polls are closing in about 15 minutes. In a few more few more states. Nevada. They're still calling Florida and Pennsylvania just a little too close to call. Huh. That's funny. That's very funny. All right, so looking at it now, because President Trump has won a few states that kind of helped him a little bit, Biden still has the lead, 91. President Trump, 67 at this moment. There are still several states that President Trump could win, definitely in the future of this. Like probably once we see exactly how it's going to be going for Missouri, who's also still close to call, that could help him a little bit. Missouri just not that many electoral votes, but it certainly can help. And we obviously know that Biden is probably going to win in California. My one theory, though, I believe, is that New York might be a toss-up state. I had heard from some people talking about voters, and just called President Trump has won in Indiana. Repeat, President Trump has won in Indiana. Don't know how much that'll bring him up. Joe Biden, former Vice President Joe Biden, is currently down on the count slightly. Thank you guys for joining me, by the way. This means a lot to my YouTube channel. This is kind of the biggest thing that I've done ever before. So I really want to thank you all for being there, supporting, and watching this video. This coverage of the election. Unfortunately, though, as I was talking earlier, we were going to have Mark Becks come in, a statistician and analyst. Unfortunately, Mike Becks could not make it tonight, as far as I know. That's what he had told me. So we'll only be able to talk to Mark Fish tonight. But we're gonna have to see how it goes. And they have just called former Vice President Joe Biden wins Illinois. I repeat, he wins Illinois. There's only 4% that is in at the moment, but their projection is wins Illinois. It almost seems like that most of the people on both sides were slightly surprised that President Trump won Indiana. Now, taking a look over here at the electoral votes, I'm going to be comparing here. It's pretty big. It's pretty indecisive. Michigan seems to be going to President Trump. Maine appears to be doing the same thing it was doing last year, kind of swinging both sides. North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. If he can seal North Carolina, Florida, and Georgia, this is President Trump. If he can seal those, then he can get a pretty decent amount. And Trump takes another victory in another state. As I see here, he's won in, I believe this says President Trump has won in Alabama and in Florida. So that seems here. But now going to see here, I'm going to look if I can get back to where I was before. Okay, so there's just a few. We have some technical difficulties going on right now. Please stand by. One state that I believe the president did swing this time around was New Hampshire. That's still not been sealed as for right now. Former Vice President Joe Biden is currently has control of Texas, Kansas, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. Those are some pretty big states that both of them really wanted to have when it came down to it. And I know that the president really trying to get back up in the count somehow, but Biden, former Vice President Biden, currently winning in New Hampshire. It swung slightly. So I am questioning Virginia as for right now. I'm trying to understand why they are currently swinging it. Wow, I'm see. They're having a few technical difficulties here. Please stand by. Okay. I got him. So I will now be talking to, I'm attempting to talk to Mark Fish here in just a second here. I have to pull up his name. Hello?
Hello?
Hi, this is hey Mark. This is Trevor Huff here.
Yeah.
Currently on the live stream. How's it going?
Good. How about you?
It's fine. So, what do you think about President Trump winning Alabama, Mississippi, Texas, or Tennessee?
I think he's doing pretty good so far. Biden is definitely putting up a fight with all the voters voting for him too, but he's doing pretty good right now.
So another question from you is what do you think about Texas currently doing a swing right now? Do you think that Texas will come around for President Trump, or do you think former Vice President Biden will somehow get Texas?
I don't know about that one, but we'll just have to wait and see what that's going to come out to. But
by the way, everyone, this is my good friend, Republican Mark Fish, who would love to run for president, but unfortunately, he doesn't even know which party President Trump is on, so kind of have to think about that. Not enough funding, and we can understand why. That's that. I'm just joking. Mr. Fish was a sheriff for Kansas for a little while. So another question, Mr. Fish, is what do you think about the early call in Virginia for former Vice President Joe Biden, and then President Trump coming up with a 58 to 43 lead as of right now?
I'm trying to pull up the thing on TV real quick so that I can watch it on there as I talk to you. But
it's 59 to 38. So what do you think? Do you think it's just that it's just popping up there, or do you think that Trump will somehow steal Virginia from former Vice President Joe Biden?
I don't know about that one. That's South Carolina. Trump's got 58 to 39 against Biden in Virginia.
Yeah, I feel like it's yes. Arkansas has now been added to President Donald Trump. He has now gained on former Vice President Joe Biden, 73 to 91. Do you think that if President Trump can win Florida, Texas, and a few other key states along the way, maybe New York, maybe even Pennsylvania again, do you think he'll have a sizable chance of getting to Biden tonight?
Yes, I do, actually. Those are some pretty big states, and if they all win for Trump, yes, he'll have a pretty good shot at it.
So I know you've spent some time up in New York talking with some of the legislators and even talking with some of the people that just randomly go around asking them, what do you think? How's it going with what you think is going to happen? This was, in fact, just last week. I called you on the phone while you were up there. What did they specifically say? Did they just say that that President Trump has a chance of winning up there, or what?
Yeah, they did actually say that President Trump has a chance of winning up there.
I mean, after seeing, if it would swing the Democrats or some of the older Democrats from what has happened up in New York, as some results have said, some of the shutdowns, the things that some people wanted to go away, do you think it could have possibly swung some of the, business owners who previously had voted for probably Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton previously in the last election? Do you think that they probably would have turned around and, maybe said, well, maybe President Trump will be better for us here?
Yeah, and well, in the last election, I was pretty young actually, so I don't remember much of it. But, right. I'm an adult, aren't I? Are you laughing? You're trying to hold it together, aren't you?
Oh boy. Well,
You're mirrored on here, actually.
Yeah. Well, thank you for joining us, Mr. Mark Fish. We might call you up a little later when we get to see what exactly happened to happen. Oh, by the way, Mr. Mark Fish was the youngest sheriff of Kansas in the history of the whole entire world, by the way. So, yeah. So,
I'm very young.
24 is what he is now, but he wasn't back when he was sheriff of Kansas. But, yeah.
Right, well,
thank you.
Call me if you ever have to again.
Yes.
And maybe try and get what's his name? Mike Becks up in here,
Becks.
maybe.
Yep. Yes. Well, thank you. We'll see if we can call you again.
Maybe someone could fill in for him.
Yeah. We'll see what we can do. All right. Thank you.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Well, we're never calling him again. So that was Mr. Mark Fish. I'm going to attempt to get a few other people to join this. North Carolina, this is an interesting race. Cunningham and Tillis, it's close. And then Cotton has won for the Republicans in Arkansas. And President Trump has won in Arkansas and gained his points up against former Vice President Joe Biden. Now, like I was saying before, if President Trump can somehow get some of the states that, we haven't really seen much, that we've usually seen go swing to Democrat, like Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, possibly he can get some really valuable extra points here. But if President Trump can swing Georgia, North Carolina, and Florida, but as for right now, Florida is currently ahead, or North Carolina is currently being led by former Vice President Joe Biden. In fact, it was actually the 2016 election. President Trump won North Carolina. I would be almost surprised if he did lose North Carolina. We just have to see what exactly happens. As for right now, yes, that was interesting to. Okay, yes, we have Florida. President Trump currently leads in Florida. This is for 29 electoral votes. If President Trump can get Florida, then he will be up near Biden in a pretty tight area. It'll be a pretty tight battle for them if he in fact does get the state of Florida. It'll get even tighter. In fact, this might be one of the closest battles that we've seen in a few years, in fact. So we'll have to see here. In about a minute or so, we will take our 50-minute break, and we will return in about 5 minutes. So Trump wins Arkansas, Biden in Vermont, but it's interesting the northern states just have currently shown that their support of former Vice President Joe Biden as of right now. And we saw that last time, but I'm not sure. There are a few states that I kind of didn't expect to see against him here. So we'll have to find out here in a second. About 10-minute, 5-minute break is coming up, and I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. and brought to you by Mounds. Mounds. Election tonight. Down, down, down. Hi. Welcome back, everyone, from our 5-minute break here. little update on Missouri. A little update on Missouri and Kansas battle. Nicole Galloway currently beating Mike Parsons. And it's very close between Barbara Bollier and Roger Marshall in Kansas. Have to keep an eye on that. As Chris Wallace said earlier on, if President Trump can come up with the victory in Florida, he could have a pretty big chance. North Carolina and Florida were the two states that Chris Wallace had brought to the attention of Fox News. I believe if President Trump can win North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, and Philadelphia and Ohio, he would mimic his last year's standings. But in Florida, President Trump currently is the leader. President Trump, they're probably going to call in Florida in the next hour maybe or so. They have another time there. We do have another 15 minutes before the next amount of so apparently President Trump is ahead in Michigan, wins in Mississippi. So let's see here. I'm going to attempt to call Mike Becks here. It appears our statistical analyst Mike Becks is not available at the moment. Yeah, Mr. Becks is not available. So what we should see here is that Biden has a landslide victory in Vermont at the moment, but Vermont does not usually carry a decent amount of electoral votes. Biden currently in the lead, 91-73. If President Trump can secure Florida, he will be very much ahead of, or he'll be, not sure I would say ahead, but he would be very much at the point where he and Biden would be neck and neck right now. So I do not know about that. It really depends, like you said, to the deadline dates. But they probably have a projection for most of them. But as for right now, we might see Florida in the next few hours or so. Maybe the next hour. It really depends as for right now. President Trump is neck and neck right now with Biden states-wise. Points-wise, it's a little larger of a deficit. If possibly, Texas is currently surprising me at this moment. I just need to see. I don't believe Texas. There hasn't been much reported from Texas at the moment. North Carolina is just kind of a split, it appears, but we still have to see. But Florida, President Trump, 50. So I'm going to go through the current states. President Trump, 50 to 48 in Florida, currently. In Georgia, 55, President Trump, to 43, former Vice President Joe Biden. Michigan, 57 to 40, President Trump. North Carolina, 52 to 46, Joe Biden at the moment, but we have not seen it all in yet, so only 70%, which is still a pretty big amount. Joe Biden leads 54 to 43 in Ohio, another state that President Trump won last year, or 4 years ago, the last election. Texas, former vice president leads 51-47, but I believe that might change soon. And then Wisconsin has not come in yet. We have not seen anything for Wisconsin. Should be okay. Ouch. I think we're probably not going to see. They still have not reported District of Columbia, but that still has been projected to Biden's win. Of course, these are only projections. Everyone may know that it's gonna be different towards the end, but this election is currently kind of similar to the last one. Hillary Clinton in the last one had a lead in the beginning, and then President Trump tied it at about 120, and then President Trump started gaining time, but Trump is projected to win West Virginia here. But as far as I've seen so far, there could be a whole bunch of different things that can happen at this time. But most of all, it just seems to be mirroring in a little bit last year's or 4 years ago. Remember, 270 electoral points to win. Hold on, everyone. I'm doing some math right now, so don't. Guess not a lot of people live in North Dakota. Still got to win Ohio. So on the path that President Trump is going on currently, he would still have to win Ohio and North Carolina. Those two states have not been known as swing states. But if he can manage to win New York, I'm truly not sure. So how's everybody doing? This has always been kind of one of those days every year that they have an election. For me, it was slightly nerve-wracking leading up to it. I don't know what you guys have down, but yeah, he's currently leading in North Dakota. That's nothing special, though. No offense to anyone from North Dakota, but if he can turn around Virginia, I gotta see. If he could turn around Virginia, that doesn't really replace Pennsylvania or Ohio. It could help. And then North Carolina, you can't really replace that. And then surprising, Alaska's only three electoral votes to me. I would say that's kind of interesting. North Dakota, 3. I have Louisiana projected when they release in the next hour or so. And again, no. Yeah, South Carolina, that's 9. Yeah, I know the electorals are based off of that. I'm just saying that usually seems like Alaska has a lot of population. I mean, I guess most of it is wilderness, but without President Trump winning Ohio and Philadelphia, I'm still, because New York is not really, you can't really confirm, because it has been a Democratic state for the last several years. You can't really confirm whether it will work, whether it will go to the Republican side or not. I'm not sure. There are still a lot of votes to be counted, and it's still pretty early in the night. I believe the next polls to close will be in about an hour. Yeah, I see he is. Oh, yep, there's more polls closing in 1 minute. Not in 2 hours. Trump projected for Arkansas. That was a decent. So he's got AK. It's mostly too early to call for any of the battleground states as for right now. Wait a second. Kanye West is running. Iowa, Minnesota. Sure, people will vote for him. I called him Kanye West. Kanye. That's what. Arizona, Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin. Polls are closing soon. This thing says 9 minutes. This is slightly behind, I guess. I'm gonna reload it. Okay. I just found it kind of interesting, some of the states that I have seen, some others, and Wyoming just called to President Trump. North Dakota just called to President Trump. And South Dakota just called to President Trump. He won by a landslide in South Dakota, and New York has been projected to Biden. I'd say it's a little early to call it, and Colorado also. So Trump is at 94 as of right now, and Biden is at 129. New Mexico is too early to call. North Dakota and South Dakota both went to Trump. Wyoming. And that's it for right now. And he's up to 94 without Florida. And then Biden, they have called him for New York, but I'm not so sure that I agree. I'd say it's too early to call, but they have made several too early calls tonight. I wouldn't give it to him yet, honestly. And then there is a how much you get off? Okay. So I'm gonna have to say that this is gonna have to be pretty. There's gonna have to be something good to happen for President Trump. Philly, Ohio, Carolinas. He'd probably have to score those. He has kind of brought himself back up in Maine. There's still a couple states to watch out for. He's won Montana, Idaho, Utah last time. Texas, for some obscure reason, appears to be wanting to swing to Biden's side, which is to me not uncalled for, but just odd. It's not. That's usually been a pretty Republican state for that, but it still is pretty fairly early. Yeah, New Mexico and New York, both I would say are a little too early to call. Texas, Trump is gaining himself back up, and that's another key state. If President Trump can do Texas, that could definitely give him something. Okay. All right, I saw that. It wasn't coming through. Sorry. Biden projected winner for New York. Yeah, I'd say it's still too early. Sorry, it didn't come through on my phone there. But the Republicans have currently just lost the Senate seat for a moment with the Colorado Senate race. But yeah, I think it is too early to call for Pennsylvania because I got to look here. Yeah, I don't know. The percent doesn't seem right for Pennsylvania. It seems like a little bit too off for that right now, but I don't know exactly. From what I've seen, though, I wouldn't expect it. But Trump is probably going to win in Georgia and Florida, and he's about to flip Texas here, it says. Oh. I'm getting a report here that Trump has, I believe, flipped Texas and is currently almost about to win Florida. There's 90% of the votes are in Florida. Ohio, President Trump is catching up to former Vice President. So, yes, Kaylee, like you had said, I think it's too early to call for Pennsylvania and Ohio. It's way too early. In Virginia, they called Virginia pretty early. I believe he almost has Texas, I believe. But yes, he's catching former Vice President Joe Biden. Texas. Yep, he is almost by Biden in Texas. If he wins Texas, that'll be a huge deal because Texas is also a very, very heavily. It has a lot of electoral votes. Okay, so if he can get that, when he gets that, because I'm expecting that he will turn it here in the coming few minutes. He in Texas, so he'll get 38 from Texas, and when he's about to win Florida, 38 for Texas. He's about to win Florida, and Texas and Florida together are about 60, 70, close to 70 points altogether. So he can come up with a pretty big. I forgot I had a screen here to that. So he can come up with a pretty big victory off of that. And they're calling Michigan to President Trump has not been official yet, and President Trump actually there are a lot more red. There's a lot more red than there is blue in Ohio. So I would say that when Ohio gets called, or when they call it out, I believe President Trump will come up with Ohio. But it's 52-46 as of right now. But he was and is still kind of catching him right now. As you know, Trump was also called for Wyoming. Ohio is 18. So if he wins all three or four of those, that's a pretty good amount of electoral votes. And if he can, and I'd say Philly probably will possibly eventually flip, like Kaylee was saying a while ago. He only won by 1% over Clinton in the previous election in Ohio, but pretty big otherwise. The other big electoral states has yeah, I don't believe that. Okay. Yeah, you also have Minnesota has 16, New York has 29, Florida 29, Texas 38, California has 55, Washington has 12. That's kind of a medium amount, and Philly has 20. I'd say those are a good amount, and Trump has a pretty big chance with those. Did it flip? I missed it. Trump is about to flip Texas. Did it flip? Nope. Okay. I got it. Okay. 59% in Ohio. Trump still has a chance for that. And Biden has a lead in Kansas, but Trump has caught up to him in Kansas. That's another one that he has shown. Michigan he's leading in. Michigan likes President Trump because of the fact that he has oh, nope, okay. Because of when the economy was booming last year, Ford made 6 different vehicles in 1 year. And that really was big for the economy. It really went well in Michigan, as he was saying in the last debate. Okay. Yeah, Connecticut's been held for a while, Mom. It's not extremely new. Trump's got Oklahoma, as for right now. Trump's flipped it for Florida. I'm surprised they haven't called it, because it appears that all of Florida has been pulled and most of it is filled with red. So I would say right now, I'm going to put down that Trump has won Florida, because it appears to be that they have most of the way pulled it. Got it. That's 29 to 94. 29, 90. That'll put him at 123 to 129. That's still a close. And like I said, he's about to flip Texas. And then did he get Wyoming? He got Wyoming, didn't he? Yeah, WY. So he got Wyoming. Uh-oh, I just got this pin. Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. Okay. He got Wyoming. He got North Dakota. He got South Dakota. He's got Missouri. He's closing in Ohio. Rump. Ha! And Rump. That's funny. I believe President Trump has just flipped Texas. They're showing North Carolina. Texas is flipped, yes. Texas officially has flipped to President Trump. President Trump on the flip. Currently, all that's happened for former Vice President Joe Biden is he has just had a lead, but then he's lost his leads. He's had a lead in several states that have just been gobbled up by President Trump, so that's why I haven't really covered it, other than former Vice President Joe Biden pretty much winning Connecticut. But that's not a huge deal or anything. Democrats to keep control of the House, Fox News projects. Yeah, wow. Okay. They are projecting Minnesota to President Trump. Talk about the biggest surprise of my life. Did not expect that. Ouch. 59, but there's only 1% in. But as for right now, he has, and I believe President Trump about close to flip Ohio. and he's getting up on Pennsylvania. But like you said earlier on, Kaylee, I do agree that it is probably a little too early to call Texas, or not Texas, to call Pennsylvania. Got about 10 minutes before the second break here, and then we'll get back on and continue our broadcast. It is 8:20. I repeat, it is 8:20, Tuesday, November 3rd, 8:20 p.m. 8:20 p.m. President Trump owns Florida, South Carolina, West Virginia, Michigan currently, North Dakota, Georgia currently, Missouri currently. Thank you guys for being here to watch my live stream all the way through. This is wonderful to have you all watching everything. Thank you, Kaylee, Aunt Tammy, Gavin, Ella, and Hannah. Got a troublemaker on here. That's right, I'm talking to you, Hannah. Ha 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 ha. Oh boy. Olivia, thank you guys for joining. Honestly, I'd say Hannah Nance, if she ran for president, I'd probably vote for her. It would be an interesting presidency, but, I mean, it wouldn't hurt. I think. Maybe. I don't know. Okay, I take that back. Trump. It's not. President Trump has taken a lead in Texas. Too early to call in Florida, Pennsylvania, Miami, Minnesota, Texas, and Wisconsin as for right now. That's funny. Just make sure that everything doesn't go down the drain, okay? When you're president, Hannah, just make sure that you run the United States the right way, okay? Just don't, mess things up. So it's been about 30 minutes since the last time that they gave a state to someone. Joe Biden has actually retaken the lead from Texas. It appears. Gonna have to check here. I am incorrect. Minnesota flipped to this Democrat. $60 to $37, but only 2% is in at the moment. Okay, I got to do some more math. All right, let's check on the Missouri governor race here. Only 30 only 13% has been reported. Nicole Galloway leading 62-36 over Mike Parsons. Barbara Bollier is leading over Roger Marshall currently. It's close. Still have a lot of the state to do. That'll be interesting. Hannah. Luke Skywalker. Vice President Luke Skywalker. That'll be a fun debate. All right. So Biden is losing some points in Minnesota. Maybe about 2-3 minutes before I take another break here, and then I'll be back with more coverage. President Trump leads in Wisconsin at the moment. WI. Wisconsin. That is way too many states for me to fit onto one piece of paper, by the way. Thank you. Yep, Galloway. Yeah, I saw that. Interesting, because we live in Missouri. I want to see. Gonna have to see what exactly. How fun that'll be. Who joined? We have someone else that just joined. Can't really see the chat at the moment. Here, I'll go. That's I got an idea. No. That's right. Debate night. Oh. Okay. Thank you. That's all right. Debate night. Let's see here. $99 minutes ago. Nice. Can't seem to find the. So, unfortunately, Mike Becks is not going to be with us tonight. Welcome, 2 new viewers. We got 2 on here. And now there aren't. Okay, so see what Trump. Let's see what we got here. Democrats retain House control as for right now. let's see here. It is almost in a tie for Texas. There's just a couple points here. And now it is time for my break. I will be back in about 5 minutes, everyone. Stay with us, and you'll continue to get updates. Just for just a little while, I'll be gone. Don't worry about me. What's up, Mark? Yeah. It's about to end. I didn't see that. My mom didn't tell me that. That's funny. That's funny. All right, so I'm gonna have you talk again here in a little while, Mark. Okay. Okay, I'll call you back in about maybe 10 minutes or so. I'm going all night. Okay, I'll call you back in about. So you don't have to. You can leave if you want, but I'm just. I'm I'm going to be on for now, for a while. But I'm glad that you joined. Thanks, Mark. All right, I'll call you in a little while when I get back on, okay? I got to rejoin. All right, bye. As you could hear me while I was talking again to Mark Fish, who will be joining us in a little while. President Trump has flipped Texas, according to my resources, and is currently leading in Michigan. So it's currently too early to call in several of the states, but President Trump is almost about to win in Florida. As for right now, President Trump leads in Texas. It's a very slim lead, but it'll get larger as the night goes on. Okay. It is Tuesday, November 3rd, 8:35 p.m. I repeat, Tuesday, November 3rd, 8:35 p.m. All right, we're going to have Fish on talking to us here. Again, let's call up someone else. Let's call up Mr. Mark Fish. Hello, is this Mr. Mark Fish?
Yes, it is.
Hey, Mark. How's it going?
Good.
So, we see President Trump has flipped Texas and Florida. Do you think that he'll continue to do that in some of the other states that they're currently happening here soon? Because it appears he's getting close to Vice President Joe Biden in North Carolina. Do you think he'll have some other states that he'll be able to do that to?
Yeah, I think he will, but Biden is he has some states that are going up too, but it's going to be really close.
Yeah. So your party, the Republican Party, you probably talked about it, about the difficulties beating people with the Electoral College. You guys have probably talked about it. What is your take on the Electoral College? Do you think we should have it even, or do you think that, that's just, do you think it's something to phase out? Because I know that most Democrats are the ones who think that the Electoral College should phase out, and the Republicans think that it's a constitutional right. What do you think?
Honestly, I do think it should phase out.
Well, I mean, so what's your reasoning on that?
I really don't know. I'm a fraud.
Good to know.
I'm not Mark Fish.
Oh boy. Yeah, Mark. Good job.
My name is
Mark Fish.
My name is
Denny Hamlin. Your name is Denny Hamlin, correct? Yes, your name is Denny Hamlin.
Yes. No, I'm Dank Duck.
This is what I have to deal with. That's the
You act like I'm a burden.
That's Mark Fish for you guys. He's just a little ornery.
I want to stay on the phone. I want to stay on the phone. I'll just be quiet.
Sure, you're always quiet, Mark. So as you can tell,
because I'm a fraud.
Okay, see you, Mark. Hanging up now. Are you gonna say anything? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Are you gonna say anything?
Just set me off in the distance. I want to be part of your live stream.
Okay. Mark Fish now joins us. He'll be our statistical analyst, I guess. Are you watching the? You should. Do you have Fox News, Mark?
Yes, I do.
That's the one that I'm watching from, so you should probably tune into that. President Trump is closing in on former Vice President Biden in Ohio and North Carolina at the moment. We're gonna have to see what happens there. Still too early to call for several states. So, Mark, what do you think? Pennsylvania, President Trump is catching up to former Vice President Joe Biden in Pennsylvania. Do you think that he'll be able to pick the pace up towards the end in some of these states that he had won last year?
Yeah, probably, because if they voted for him last election, they'll probably vote for him again just because of Biden's tax raising. But then again, it's still going to be very close.
Yeah. So, another question.
North Carolina, it's 50.3 to 48.5 Biden.
Yeah. I think it's gotten a lot closer now. I think that former Vice President Biden won't be able to recover from some of the attacks, the positions that President Trump's going to gain up on him here. But it's been about an hour since the last time that we've seen someone get new report. Okay.
I've just had ice cream delivered to me.
Cool.
This just in. Trevor.
Cool. Why would it work? Okay. President Trump has closed the deal in checking. Closed the deal in Louisiana. He is now at 100 and about 29 points away from former Vice President Joe Biden at this point. If he can win in Georgia and a few of the others, he currently has a big lead in Georgia here for right now.
Oops.
So, yes. Yep, that's how it's going. So what made you choose to be on the Republican side, Mark?
Remember, I'm a fraud.
I hope y'all can't hear this because this is kind of disappointing.
Gavin is the new Mark Fish.
What? Okay. Goodbye, Mark Fish. That's a good idea. All right. I think we finally have Mike Becks.
Sorry.
Doesn't appear Mike Becks is answering for now, right now. So it appears here Mike Becks is not answering at the moment, but I was just told, I don't think he knows this phone number because I switched over just a little while ago, but all indication President Trump has just gained points up. What's up?
I still don't want to co-host. I want to co-host.
You'll just be.
My name is Mike.
Yep, Mike Fish.
Yeah, I'm Mike Fish. Not a Republican, not a politician. I am a libertarian.
Well, that's reassuring, of course.
Of course it is.
I'm gonna see if I can. So let me call you back here, okay? Wait, hold on. I'm gonna try and get. So here. So okay. I have to get back to the election part of it, Mike. So.
Alright.
So yeah. I'm gonna hang up now, okay?
Get back to seriousness.
Yes. Okay, bye.
Bye.
So, President Trump has swung Florida and Texas now. Those are the two states that President Trump has officially swung. Oh, here we go. We got Mike. Hey, Mike Becks. This is Trevor Huff. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good, sir. How are you?
I'm fine. So, I just wanted to talk to you about this whole the whole election thing going on right now. What do you think of the swing and how early everything is coming out and how early everyone is saying this person's going to win here and this person's going to win here? What do you think?
Quite honestly, I'm kind of surprised that votes have been coming in so quickly and people have been kind of determining who's going to be either Biden or Trump. It's been surprising for me.
Yeah. Ohio, Florida, and Texas have all swung for President Trump. Do you think President Trump can swing North Carolina and Pennsylvania? And then when he does that, do you think that President Trump can manage to come up with the victory again?
Yeah, I do believe it. Donald Trump is a good president, so I think he'll have a fairly easy time with getting those states. Yeah,
and for your all's information, this is Mike Becks. He is the statistical analyst, and
yes.
He used to work at a college and worked with one of the presidents back a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
So one other question, Mike. Do you think that New York will swing? They've already said that New York is going to go towards Biden, but do you think it'll swing after what we've seen? Some of the people saying that, they don't like how the Democrats are running their state.
I don't know. That's a very good question. Half of me believes that New York will not swing, and the other half of me believes. I'm kind of leaning over to them not swinging, but we never know. Let's be honest.
Yeah. So another question here for you, Mike. Do you think they will call all the states tonight, or do you think that they will? It'll go into tomorrow. Do you think it'll just call now or go into tomorrow?
I think it will I think it will go into tomorrow.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna. It was good talking to you. Unfortunately, our time has run out. I'll call you again maybe later on, Mike. It was wonderful having you on this show.
Nice talking.
All right, see ya.
See ya.
That was Mike Becks, statistical analyst. So New Mexico. So let's see here. We are getting asked any word from New Mexico. New Mexico currently is going towards former Vice President Joe Biden at the moment. I expected that for now. But we'll have to see how it goes later on. And then in about 15 minutes, we will see here. Send. Yeah, there's not much word on New Mexico right now. As far as I know right now, I'm just checking the ticker on the bottom. As far as I've seeing right now, New Mexico is just, not really. It's currently swinging towards former Vice President Joe Biden. It might change later on. I don't remember. I'll have to check here in a second. I just want to see the points. In fact, I can do it myself, but I'm going to check here and see what New Mexico, New Jersey, New Hampshire, New Brunswick, Missouri is going to Trump at the moment, but New Mexico, 51 to 41 is how New Mexico is going right now. So, according to what I've seen, is the reason why they have shown swings, or shown swings, I believe is what I should be saying, is because later on, after they okay, yeah, Nevada, I believe, just is about to come in the next several. Yeah, Nevada is going to come in at about 9 or so. In a little while, I'm going to talk to another former senator in a little while of a distant island off of Oregon. So, yeah, Nevada is just, it hasn't been popped up yet. I believe Nevada and California will both go towards former Vice President Joe Biden. I'm not sure. As of right now, we'll have to see. And Biden has a huge lead in District of Columbia, 92 to 5%. Currently, President Trump is leading in Nebraska. Not sure. I believe Nebraska last year, or last election time, was Democrat. Yeah, it was Republican. New Mexico, Colorado. So it's really mirroring. If President Trump can get Ohio and Pennsylvania and Nebraska and Idaho, a couple of the states that he had last year, he could probably come up with the victory. All right. All right, so I have a guest that I was not able to have last time. It is going to be Julia Moody here. See if she answers.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 8168.
Okay. That's funny. Tell her. So, let's see here. So the Democrats, so this is a new House projection. Democrats are currently leading and winning and to keep control of the House as for right now. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. President Trump leads in Texas and Florida, two pretty big states for him for right now. Wisconsin also he leads in, and Wyoming he has officially won. It's an interesting night. It's always been interesting for all of the times that we've done elections like this. I'm not sure exactly, but Okay. I'm going to have to do some math now because they're coming up with some stuff. Battleground Iowa is going to be announced. The polls are going to be closing in a few minutes here, actually. So President Trump has taken over Texas, and he probably won't give it up for a while. At all. Probably not. And then I did say he swung Ohio, I believe. Yes, President Trump swung Ohio. Mark Fish joins us again. Hello, Mark.
Hi.
So, what? What's up? Apparently, we're having some technical difficulties. So, if you're still there,
Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I got you.
All right. So, you can just ask me questions and stuff, and I'll just be here to be part of your live stream and stuff.
Okay. So, Mr. Mark, President Trump has taken back Texas and Ohio. Both of those states were key in him winning the election last time we came back. If he can win North Carolina and Pennsylvania, do you think that he can come up with the victory yet again?
Yes, I can, because those key states last time are here again, and if he can get more, then he definitely has a good shot at winning.
Okay, so he's close to getting back North Carolina. One place that he is not is Pennsylvania. Do you think he'll make it to Pennsylvania before the time kind of runs out? You know what I'm saying?
It's going to be pretty close, but I think he will manage.
Oh, we got a report. A report just came in. President Trump has just won South Carolina over former Vice President Joe Biden, and the South Carolina race for the Senate. Lindsey Graham beats Harrison 55-43, and that was just called right when the president was called to win South Carolina. It was a small win, but it will definitely count up towards the end of things. Don't you agree?
Yes, and actually, Therese Davis is beating American accent Adkins 52% to 46%.
Yeah, it's close.
Yeah, it's pretty close over there too.
Nicole Galloway currently, I believe, is beating Mike Parsons. Let me check here. I believe that's what we're dealing with over here in Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
Kansas Senate race. Oh, but Barbara Bollier is currently losing to Roger Marshall in Kansas. 67% reporting. It's going to be close for them. And then Missouri, the Missouri governor polls, Mike Parsons has passed up Nicole Galloway with 24% reporting. Do you think that Barbara Bollier will get one more shot to get back into the lead over Roger Marshall?
I mean, personally, I hope she does, but it's going to be close.
And what about Parsons and Galloway? Do you think Galloway will have a chance of getting back into the lead with Parsons leading 51-47?
She might be able to catch up, but it's going to be close again. It's all going to be very close.
Yes, and so in 3 minutes, the next polls will close. It's Utah, Iowa, Utah and Iowa. I believe Nevada, Montana, and California maybe will come up here in a second. Yes, Marshall is leading over Bollier. It's close. 67% is how close it is. I'm going to be really excited to see how that one ends out, but yeah. So, and then you heard Lindsey Graham wins for the Republicans in South Carolina, gets them one up on the House. What do you think that the possibility is that, do you think they're going to maybe be able to get back into it?
Yeah, I think they will be able to.
All right, yes. So, final question here before we have to move on here. Talking about the president again, his streaks. I asked Mark Becks, Mike Becks. I asked him about it, and he said that he doesn't really. Half of him says that New York will swing, and half says it won't. What do you think? Do you think New York will go to Republican or stay Democrat?
I'm with Mike. It's really all going to be pretty close.
Okay. Well, thank you, and I'll call you later, maybe on, and thank you for joining.
Okay.
See you.
Yes. Thank you for having me.
Yes. Bye. That was Mark Fish, right here. But yes, Roger Marshall leading Bollier. It's a very close margin with 67 reporting. So it's going to be interesting here. Here, I'm going to try Julia Moody again.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message.
Yeah, Julie is not picking up right now. So I'll just talk a little later with some of the others. Just continue my coverage as for right now. It has been called just a little while ago. Okay. Next polls, correction, it has not been called. Next polls close in 25 seconds, and we'll see if any states swing to President Trump or former Vice President I almost said former Vice President Barack Obama. Former Vice President Joe Biden, who was Vice President to Barack Obama. So about 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the clock has struck 0. The polls are closed, and we have an alert here. We are going to see it's 10 o'clock, and Iowa is not confirmed for either here. President Trump is trying to get Iowa, of course, and Nevada is just opened up also, came in the package, and also believe Maryland, I believe Utah also comes into play tonight, and Montana, that's it. Montana comes into play here, and we're going to see no one gets the call here in this one, but those were some of the states, other than Nevada, those were some of the states that President Trump had last time he came around, so it might just work out for him. President Trump leads the national popular vote by about a whole million. That's pretty incredible. That's a pretty big, deficit for Vice President Joe Biden. But it's not the person who wins the popular vote. It's the person who wins the electoral votes. And Biden currently leading by a little bit more than. But Biden is right about at the point where President Trump and Hillary Clinton were last year or 4 years ago. It's going to be exciting, and it's going to be close, guys. So let's see here. We got request. All right, apparently we're getting some Mike Becks requests. We'll do it after the break, which is coming up in about 10-ish minutes. Michigan that still, I believe, is sticking with President Trump here. Michigan is pretty big for President Trump. It's one of the states that he gave praise to, and he's also leading in. Oh yes, I cannot believe he destroyed the deficit. President Trump now leads in Pennsylvania. He went from he went from like 30 points down to leading in Pennsylvania. This is huge. Ladies and gentlemen, this is huge for President Trump right now. He needed to get Pennsylvania swung. Only place he needs left to swing is North Carolina, and as far as I am concerned, that I know of, he is close to swinging he's close to swinging it right now. He also needs to swing Arizona back, but Arizona just came into the game, so it's still very early to call here. Gonna see. Yeah, he's not down too much from Arizona, but I'm gonna check out Pennsylvania. I was surprised that he got that deficit done. 49-47. He's getting votes by the second here. And it's pretty big for President Trump right now for that. Now I'd say all he needs to do is win all the states he currently has, capture Arizona and Idaho and Montana, and if he captures, I believe it's Oregon. I'm going to have to check here. By when they close tonight, he does not have to capture Oregon. If he just captures Idaho, Montana, Utah, and Arizona, because he currently has the lead in most of the others, and Iowa. I believe he does lead in Iowa here right now. Checking. Yep. He captures those states. He will, and I don't know which side, whoever side you're on, this is just the truth being told. He will be president of the United States again for another term. But as for right now, the way that it's set up, it's to hurt Joe Biden in the same way that he hurt, and it just came in. They called it. President Trump is officially, after 2.5 hours, officially wins in Kentucky. He's catching former Vice President Joe Biden in New Hampshire, winning in Michigan. If he holds on to all the places that he has right now by when they call, Virginia has officially been called and Biden has won it all. So that was an interesting thing. But I don't know. Trump is leading in some pretty big states that he needed last time. But Trump leads Michigan, Wisconsin, pretty big for him right now. Okay, so we got about 30 seconds before our next break here. So stay tuned with us, and we'll be back here in a second. Just trying to get it to you here. New Jersey has officially been called for Vice President Joe Biden. Connecticut also. I just had to get that out, but Trump is currently winning in all the states he needed last time. Okay, I'll be on break, and we'll get back to you guys in about 5 more minutes. See ya. Yeah, you see it? I know, right? I know. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Bye. Thanks, Zoe. So do I. Welcome back, everyone, to my podcast. Yes, my voice is extremely calm because I'm trying not to flip out. Because Trump just flipped another state. Anyway, apparently everyone was asking exactly what were the big states' numbers as of right now. I haven't updated that yet. For right now, California has 55, Florida has 29, Texas 38, Georgia 16, North Carolina 15, and Pennsylvania 20. Now, President Trump needs to flip Iowa. He flipped Utah. He flipped Utah. He needs to flip Iowa, Arizona, Idaho, Montana, and he will be on the exact same path to victory as last time. In fact, he's actually doing a split with Maine right now. It's split for the Maine race here. The race in Maine. So I'm going to have to reload my page here. Having some issues. Welcome back, everybody, to my stream here. And I'm seriously glad because I'm going to have another friends again joining me. This is going to be Mike Becks. So let's call up Mr. Becks. Yes, Kaylee. The election is stressful, especially if you're especially if your candidate isn't winning. Then you start getting really stressed. But there's a lot of things going on. All right, so let's call up Mr. Becks. Hey, Mike.
Good evening, sir.
Huh?
Good evening, sir.
Hey, Mike. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
So, yeah, I'm good. I'm doing a lot better than I was earlier. I was really tense and on the edge of my seat, and now I'm getting a little bit of reassurance here. So, what Trump had President Trump has flipped So I'm gonna head to my screen here and check this out for you. But President Trump has flipped Ohio, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Texas and Utah all since before you joined back. What are your thoughts on it? Do you think, can he do it again?
That's astronomical. And quite frankly, I do believe that he can flip a couple more states. I am kind of worried about California because that's a lot of points. And as we all know, as Kaylee said, it's very liberal over there. So.
Yeah, so the good thing is that when you add Texas and Florida together, and with all the states that are combined together, you could probably equal and even get more than California. If he can flip Arizona, Montana, Iowa, Idaho, and Idaho, then he'll be in. He'll be up. And also, the way he's going with Maine, it's going to be another split. And he's currently leading in New England, or not New England, Nebraska. He's currently leading in Nebraska. So if he can pull off the fact that Nebraska and Maine, both of them, quite possibly he may be a lot higher than former Vice President Joe Biden. And when they do release the far West Coast at like 10 o'clock tonight, I'm expecting that West Coast is going to go to the Democrats. But he's going to probably get a whole bunch of the other states. In fact, if I look at it, I believe he's gaining on former Vice President Joe Biden in Montana at this moment. Let me check here. He is not leading in Minnesota anymore. So Montana here. Nevada has not been called. I believe I haven't found Montana at this moment. I believe he is catching former Vice President Joe Biden in Montana at the moment. If he can get those few back up, he's got a pretty sizable chance here. Do you think he'll be able to pull off switching Montana?
I think it'll be a hard job, but I believe that he can do it.
Okay. Yeah. He's currently not leading in Iowa, but you know how we've seen there's just barely not that much has gone in. Oh, and it was just announced a couple minutes ago. Kansas is Trump's territory.
Wow.
Donald Trump has won Kansas. He's won the Midwest. He's won our area. All he needs to do is get Iowa, and then he'll probably have completed the Midwest sweep because he also has Arkansas. Do you think he can get Iowa, though? I think Iowa's going to be tough because, we've seen Biden up there in Iowa doing a lot of rallies back a while ago. But if he can, do you think what do you think he needs to do to get Iowa, though? What do you think the amount of, tough things that he needs to do to get it?
I'm not too sure yet. I mean, just looking at all the other states, I haven't really been watching the news, but he hasn't really been doing that much just to get in space.
Yeah, and another question, are you overly concerned about California and how it will place an effect on this whole thing?
Not really, because I believe Trump can get a lot of other states, and all those points added up will be more than California.
In fact, by the way, it was last year, former Vice President Joe Biden did, in fact, win California. He won Nevada. He won Oregon. He won Washington. And President Trump was able, or not Joe Biden, but Hillary Clinton was able to win that. Yeah. If it goes the same exact way, because that's how it's going right now, as long as he wins Alaska and a few of the other states that he won before, because he's ahead in all of the East Coast states that he had, almost ahead in all the Midwest. He just needs to get Montana, Idaho, Utah, and Arizona. He already has Utah. If he gets that, then he's got a pretty good chance,
Yeah, I agree.
So, because you're obviously you're a statistical analyst, and that's what you do for a living. Based off of statistics, do you think that? I almost forgot what I was going to say here, but do you think that based off of statistical evidence, Joe Biden will be able to capitalize off of some of the mistakes that Trump had made in certain states around the area?
Maybe, depending on the area.
Yeah, I would say I would definitely watch out for like some of the swap, like Iowa, maybe Arizona, because those are two places that they both visited a lot. Although I do believe he did a lot in Arizona. In fact, I'm going to check what he's currently down just a little bit on Biden in Arizona, but he is catching up to Biden. And Arizona is a fairly large amount of points. it'll get him a good amount. So I'd say we just got to see. So it's going to be good to see. But yes, it's announced President Trump has Alabama, Arkansas. He's officially won those two. Joe Biden has officially won Colorado, and Connecticut, District of Columbia, and Delaware. As of right now, there are not many that have officially been called, but Indiana, Kansas, Kentucky, Missouri, Louisiana for President Trump. Maine, District 1, Maine at large, and Maryland go to a former vice president. We just got to see,
Yeah.
And
you all got to be patient.
You just got to pray for this country. Pray that everything goes the way that it's intended on.
Yeah.
Yep. So a little bit more blue just popped up on my screen on the East Coast. So I'm gonna go check that out here in a second. By the way, so thank you very much for joining me, and maybe call you on later. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
All right, see ya.
See ya.
And we will call up Mark Fish a little later on again, probably for the final time. But I am really impressed by the way that this election has gone. It's been exciting. It's almost like an action movie. The intensity, the things that have been going on right now. Who do you think? That's the question. I want to know what you want to say in the chat, and I'll get my mom will tell me probably. But what do you think about Trump flipping Iowa? Do you think Trump can flip Iowa over to his side? What do you think how is it gonna go down? I want to know what do you expect on going down for the rest of the night? That's my main point. And I would like to hear what you guys got in the chat. I'll repeat it again. What do you think will go down? What do you think will go down at the end of this election? Please put it in the chat. I'd like to hear what you guys have to think for right now. It's pretty big. It's a pretty big deal, this whole election. And for all those who are able to legally vote, I hope you voted, and I hope you made the decision that you wanted to. And like I said earlier with Mark or Mike on the phone, we just got to pray for this country. Got to pray that God will carry us through, even if the candidate that you do not want gets in. We still got to pray for this country all the way through. So yeah, I'm gonna go on a radio silence for just a moment, mainly because my ears are hurting because of the earbuds. So I'm gonna go on a quick couple second radio silence, and then we'll get back on. All right, now we're done with our radio silence station identification on YouTube. President Trump looking to flip some of the blue states that have just come in the last several minutes. Iowa in particular. President Trump currently leads in Ohio, and I believe they're going to close a few of the polls, or not the polls, but a few of the races here in the next couple of minutes. Just have to see what the idea for Iowa, Iowa. Gonna have to figure it out here, and yep. House now is Democratic control. The Democrats, but Trump is leading in Wisconsin also here, so that's good. So let's call up Mike Fish or Mark Fish. I mess their names up all the time. See what we can do here. Hey, Fishy.
Huh?
Hey, Fishy. How's it going?
I'm very fishy.
Yeah. How's it going?
It's going good. I'm just watching the debate not debate. I keep saying debate. Speaking of debate, you should go. Everyone on the live stream, you should go watch the bad lip reading of the first debate. It's very funny.
Yeah, that's that's great.
But I'm watching the election on Fox.
Yes. So the main issue is President Trump trying to swing Iowa. So Iowa went with him last year. How do you think Iowa's going to go this year?
It's also hard to tell because there's so many people that are Biden and so many people that are Trump. But if they're sticking to the same as last election, then they'll probably go for Trump.
Yeah, and if it all works out that way, because he's kind of catching Biden at this moment a little bit. Because the way that it's been going for Iowa, yes, the way that it has been going for Iowa, because they're currently counting the mail-in ballots that Joe Biden had. Excuse me for kind of going one side. For Joe Biden telling all of his Democratic Party to mail in ballots so that they could get there first. Kind of getting all those out of the way before President Trump comes in and steals the show with the people that showed up this afternoon and this morning. So you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But so Iowa is pretty big. It's a big battleground state. What exactly, you're not a big statistic guy, but what exactly do you think will happen in the futuristic points of the Iowa? Do you think that it'll stay under Biden for a while, or do you think Trump will just start raising up really quickly?
It's hard to say, but if Biden's in the lead right now, it's probably going to stay that way. But we'll just have to see.
Yes. So Florida, and I believe they are not calling.
That's Trump territory down there.
Yeah, Florida. I don't
know why they haven't called it yet.
No, neither have they in Georgia. And then North Carolina, that's a close one. I would say that one's going to be too close to call for a little while.
That's going to be really close.
But I wouldn't be surprised to see President Trump come out swinging. See how it goes for him.
I think he has a pretty good shot at winning. Personally.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for joining me.
Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Don't leave me.
So what else you got?
What else do you have?
I don't know. As far as I know, Barbara Bollier is currently losing to Roger Marshall at the moment, and Mike Parsons is beating Nicole Galloway.
Personally, who do you want, Mike Parsons or Galloway?
Mike Parsons.
Yeah.
I think Parsons has done a good job in the way he's been in for however long. For the time that he was in, I think he's been doing a decent enough job. I gotta give it to him. I gotta say, take another.
Galloway's kind of shifty.
Yeah, I gotta agree. So, I mean, and I know, Kansas is gonna be interesting. Are they doing the governors of Kansas over there for you?
I have my Fox paused right now. Well, NBC News paused right now because of because you called me.
Yeah. So I'll see, but I didn't get to see. I'm sure that they are doing the governor race in Kansas. I'm sure. Not sure who's going up against Laura Kelly, but yeah. So, how's your night been going?
Good. I've been watching your live stream and the election on TV, so.
Well, that's good.
Your subscribers on your YouTube have gone up.
I have?
Yeah, you're at 12 subscribers now.
Oh, wow, nice. Thank you all. Thank you all for subscribing to my channel. That means a lot for me because my channel's kind of small. I haven't really done much on it for a long time. So I kind of just want to thank you all for that. So, yes, I'm going to see here. North Carolina is a very close battle. They're at 91% on that. Ohio, I would say President Trump probably has that sealed.
Oh, wait, now you're at 13 subs.
Oh, nice. Who else subscribed?
I don't know. I can't see who subscribed, but you have 13 subscribers.
Well,
when we started this, you had 9. So.
Well, that's awesome. Thank you guys very much.
Yeah. Thanks on behalf of Trevor.
Yeah.
It means a lot to him.
So I would say this has been an interesting. Oh, Iowa, it's 59-39. Former Vice President Joe Biden leading in Iowa at the moment. I would say it's going to be close, but like I said earlier to Mr. Becks, the Trump voters are going to get off work and they're going to start voting, They're going to start coming in and getting it all done.
Well, it's already 9:33 for where we are, but
yeah, I just meant that, saying that they're just getting off. They're just finally. They're probably already
and they're still counting the mail-in ballots, and that's going to take a while.
Yeah, and I would love to, personally, between you and me, I would love to see, how the Democrats, they were pushing the mail-in balloting, and then there's all these questions about whether mail-in balloting isn't safe or if it is,
Yeah.
And I just love to see President Trump, personally, I just love to see President Trump beat them just because they were pushing it so hard and so many people, say he beat them anyway, you know what I mean? Instead of people saying it was rigged and stuff like that if Biden won. I'd like for him to just beat them fairly. And this also, because, they were all saying the Russian collusion last election. I'd love to see this prove that President Trump can win without the Russians and did win without the Russians,
Yeah.
I kind of want this to prove to people that it's not just a game. Yeah, it's not just a game fighting between and seeing who's winning, blah blah blah. I just wanna beat him fairly and squarely, if you want to say that. But I just want to see him beat him in the fairest of ways ever. Because honestly, I would understand if Joe Biden won, but that would be unfortunate because then the Republicans, no one's ever happy when in these, then the Republicans are going to start coming on and they're going to start saying, well, they cheated.
You can't expect a president to be perfect. They're not God.
Right, exactly. And in this situation, you say, well, they cheated, the Republicans are obviously, they're going to say, well, they cheated with the mail-in ballots. And then the Democrats, if Trump gets in, they're just going to come out and say, well, they had the Russians, so you can never please one party in its own, and
you can never please anyone. I mean, the president is the president.
Yep. Just deal with it, But I would definitely like to see what President Donald Trump can do with a second term,
Yeah, I do want to see.
I would like to see him make people happier. Because like I've been saying on my other videos, it's not that people think that, the people who are just voting against him, because that's a lot of things that we're saying back then. If you're not voting for Trump, then you're voting against him, Then I just like to have him go out there and make more friends, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it seems like people just want to hate him for some reason. It's kind of like
Kyle. They just want to hate him because they want to hate him.
Yeah, it's kind of like Kyle Busch.
Not because they like the other person. Just because they want to hate him.
Yeah, that's exactly
and that's not fair for Trump.
No, it's not. It's not nice for them to do that, you know? And I hope that people watch this and realize that what they've done to President Trump, just because he's not a nice person. Okay, listen to this. Harry Truman was not a nice person, yet he was a great president, you know? He kicked butt with himself, you know? He didn't let people stand on him, and that's exactly what President Trump is doing in his terms. I'd love to see him come on and make friends this term, you know. I'd like to see him come out and have people who really, you know, want to, you know, really want to like him, but they don't because he's such a meanie or whatever. Because I believe it, you know. I've heard that he's not the nicest person on the street. I've heard that. But that doesn't change my views on him, you know. If it were someone like a race car driver or something, when they're mean to everyone else, then yeah, I'm not going to like them. But when it's up to the person who's running the United States of America and doing, in my opinion, a really good job,
it doesn't,
economy-wise.
If they're doing a good job, then let them stay in office.
Yeah, but when they're doing a good job economy-wise, I just say, you know what? Stop being haters. Haters are gonna hate. That's my dad says that all the time.
That's
haters,
the hard truth.
Yes, haters are going to hate.
I'm kind of running out on time here, so
yeah,
I have to go now. But this was a good segment. It's been nice talking to you.
Yeah.
And,
it was great having you on here.
Thank you.
Yeah, have a great night.
I gotta go to bed.
Yeah, I understand. Have a great night.
All right, have a good rest of your stream.
Okay, thank you. Remember, just pray for America, okay?
Yep, pray for America.
Pray for America. All right, see you, Michael. Or I mean, Mike. Yep, Michael, Mike, whatever. His full name is Michael, so that makes sense. Trump officially wins Utah. That's what happened during our whole conversation. Trump has officially taken over Utah and is just trying to chip his way into that deficit that Joe Biden had created a while back. Let's see if we can get yes, ma'am. Yep. Okay. I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, thanks. What? Sorry, everybody. I'm back. We're having some technical difficulties. Trump has officially won Utah here, and there are a couple of other, and the next set of poll are about to open in the next few 7 minutes. Trump has won over Utah, and Iowa is coming up. So let's see if we can. I think I'm gonna end off my calls for the night here. So. All right. All right. So, sorry about that. I had to check stuff. I think my mom got back on. President Trump has taken over the lead in Virginia. It is odd because they had called Virginia to. So let's check on Idaho or Iowa here. Iowa, Arizona. Trump is catching Biden in Arizona. Okay, so Trump got a good lead in Florida and Georgia. Iowa, President Trump is catching Joe Biden. It's kind of not very quickly coming on, but Illinois officially goes to Joe Biden, by the way. And let's see. President Trump. Biden takes New Hampshire officially here. President Trump is taking a second district, attempting to take a second district of Maine. And Minnesota, Joe Biden's got the lead on Minnesota, and Trump got the lead in Michigan. Mississippi, Montana. Joe Biden has the lead in Montana, but Trump is coming for him. Trump still leads in North Carolina. This is just a complete run through. President Trump leads in both of the Nebraska districts. He's got Trump leads in all three, actually. Trump won District 1 and District 3, currently leading in District 2. He has a chance of taking all of Nebraska here. He's leading in Ohio, and he has a chance of taking Nebraska. There's a good possibility. Biden up 133 or 115. So, let's see. Oh, thanks. Yeah, they started to hurt. So, let's see here. So I'm really interesting here in Dakota. Okay, so President Trump catching up to Biden in Iowa. Here, Biden leads in Biden won Rhode Island, according to this. Okay, so let's see here. Yeah, Trump took Missouri, okay? He's no longer leading. He took it. Missouri is his. Trump is attempting to take all of Nebraska also. He took Utah. He's got to get Arizona. Biden leading on New Mexico. That was one that was not necessarily needed. Let's see if we can get him. Let's see if we can get Becks again.
Hello.
Hey, Mike. Sorry to bother you again.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah, this might be the last phone call here, but so Trump finally takes Utah. He's gaining on Biden in Iowa, Montana, and Arizona, the 3 states he needed, and he took the district of Nebraska that he needed. It looks like it's all kind of setting up for him right now. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I fully agree.
It's looking like President Trump is coming forward right now. I don't know. It seems like we might not make it. It might be not make it all the way through. But Biden took New Hampshire, which I expected that earlier on. But I just gotta say that if Trump takes those 3 states to the far right, and Utah officially goes to Trump, just called on here, the 6 electoral votes. And so, with Trump, if he can get those final 3 states on the West Coast that he needs, he's set up. He can probably make it all the way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the statistics that you gave me the other day, I can't lie. They were pretty good. Just it was good to see that you thought that President Trump was going to take Iowa and some of the states that he took last year. In fact, he actually had one state that you put in that he hadn't swung before, and that was Hawaii. Do you agree? Do you think that he'll get Hawaii when Hawaii comes in? Because Hawaii's probably going to be the very, very last. Do you agree with that call still?
Yes, I do. I think that he's going to quickly snatch up Hawaii.
Yeah. So, with Minnesota, that's probably going to go to Joe Biden. But if President Trump can get all of Nebraska and Iowa and Arizona and Arkansas and MT, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I can't think about. I've got so much else on my brain. If he could take all of those, then he's got a pretty good chance,
Yeah.
So Iowa, he's currently trying to close that gap on Joe Biden. It's still close. Votes are still coming in. Idaho still hasn't been released yet. Polls will close at the same time. And then you go down. If President Trump can come out with the victory in some of the regular, Maine District 2, he can come out with the victory in possibly Michigan. He's got a good lead in Michigan. Come out with the victory in Montana, which he's like 1 point away from taking that lead in Montana. In fact, the votes that I just read up, I'm seeing came up pretty good here. Hold on just a second. Gotta say. Yep. So the votes that are coming in here, President Trump's probably going to take. He's probably going to take Montana soon, and North Dakota. North Carolina is getting close too. Nebraska, he's got a huge lead. He's trying to sweep all the way through Nebraska, which would be huge for him. And then, of course, you got New Mexico is probably going to go to Joe Biden. But actually, that was another one of the states that you put on your thing. Donald Trump's catching Joe Biden in New Mexico, man.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that that statistic that you sent me last week was pretty darn amazing. I mean, you're doing really well, and you said President Trump will win, and it would be pretty good, and he'd make it to 270 first. I'm sure you still agree with that. I agree with it right now. You know?
Yeah.
So, so what's your statistic now? What else do you think President Trump can possibly do to make former Vice President Joe Biden hurt?
I feel like taking Montana will be really good. Officially claiming the victory. From Michigan will be really good for him.
Oh, yep. Oh, sorry. Wyoming was just announced. President Trump takes Wyoming here.
Wow. Yeah, I feel like if he can get his hands on a couple more states, I'd say about maybe 4 to 6-ish, he could probably take a hard hit from Joe Biden.
Yeah, and he's catching Biden in Arizona. He's on his way up in Iowa also. He's catching him there. He's got a big lead in Georgia. If he can also get Montana, that's another one that he needs. If he gets Montana, he needs Alaska also. So I'm looking at Montana right now. He is like a couple tenths behind former Vice President Joe Biden here. I think he's got a pretty good chance.
Yeah, I agree.
So the way that it's going right now, former Vice President Joe Biden will not make it out with the win. It's possible, but as for right now, the way that things are going for former Vice President Joe Biden, President Trump is kind of coming up with the big victory, and Trump has and it looks like all the districts have come in Pennsylvania. They're still counting the votes, but I believe President Trump's probably going to take Pennsylvania for another year in a row. I was concerned at first, honestly. I don't really want. I'm sure that I've already made it clear to people that I like President Trump, but I'm trying to be biased here. I'm just saying that President Trump, I didn't expect him to get Pennsylvania, I want to accommodate to everybody's jobs and stuff. So, So I think if former Vice President Joe Biden can somehow steal a couple of the states. Now, I've talked about it to I've talked about President Trump. Now it's time for me to bring up former Vice President Joe Biden. Unless your statistics were wrong, which they weren't, because you came up with the statistics that helped Barack Obama get the victory back in 2012. So, so I wouldn't really doubt you, honestly. That's why I've really been talking about it. I'm looking at it here. If President Trump can steal a district of Maine, he can sweep all the way through Nebraska, get Idaho, Montana, Arizona, because he's already stolen Utah and Iowa. Okay, those are the states. He's already got most of the United States in red for him, and he's pretty close to getting, I believe it was Iowa at this moment. So I'm just gonna say it proud and clear. From what I'm seeing right now, unless for some obscure reason they close the polls right when President Trump gets like a point away from getting something, I think President Trump might just come up with it again today. I was doubtful at first. I thought that he ticked off way too many people. You know what I mean? I thought he caused some issues, but apparently people like the way he's running the country, and that's what I was talking to Mark Fish about. I said he might just be able to come up with the he he's the way he's running the economy and stuff. It's good in the way it's going. And we got an update here. Hold on. Oh man, Biden leading on New Mexico, Trump ahead in Texas. Good night, Olivia. Gavin, did you leave? Yeah, I think Gavin left, but we still got you on here. And then Montana, unbiased. Okay. Parsons, Governor Parsons is going to be in another round for Missouri. We got Governor Parsons. I'm glad. I personally like him, That's kind of my thing. But it looks like the Republicans are kind of coming out with it for statewide, but the House is kind of working out for the Democrats,
Yeah.
But I would honestly prefer the House to be filled with Democrats over I would rather the Democrats run the House while Trump runs the United States of America,
Yeah, I agree with that.
I'd say. Thanks for staying on here, Kaylee. That's really great of you guys to stay on here. And man, it's wonderful seeing how exciting this all is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna let you go.
All right.
Yep. Just tell me when you have to go. All right. We got about 4 minutes before California is released, and we already know probably the check mark's going to be pretty instant for Biden. So
yeah.
All right. Well, see you, man.
See you, bro.
See you. Bye.
Bye.
That was the last phone call of the night with our analysts. The update on the Senate runnings. Okay. The Republicans stole it in Arkansas. The Democrats most of all run it. But the House, what do we got on the House? How about I call up our House expert, Tina Rosewater, here. Let's see what we can do. We got 4 viewers still. 5, actually. Let's see. I'm going to pull up Tina Rosewater here right now. Let's see here. Hey, Tina Rosewater. Oh, darn it. I thought I got her. Let's see. Senator Graham makes remarks after he wins the seat. Lindsey Graham's giving his speech in South Carolina here. We got 6 viewers. Hey, guys. How's it going? Trump Pence versus Biden Harris. One thing I did realize is that President Trump is the only one running that has a slogan. Keep America great. Biden doesn't have it. I don't know. I don't know what that's about. So let's see if we can reach Tina again here. Try one more time. But yeah, I'm just I'm really, really glad. Hold on. Miscalled. Well, you know what? Okay, so gonna see here. Gonna check this out. Breaking news. Joe Biden has won California. He's at 207. That was pretty, I could have guessed that. It's not out of the blue yet, but they actually have given Montana to President Trump. Washington, Oregon, and California have all gone to Joe Biden. And President Trump, if he can manage to get Arizona, Montana, Iowa, and get all the states that he had previously had, let's go down and see what's going on in Arizona. President Trump gaining on Vice President Joe Biden. California already gone to Joe Biden. So is Colorado. Just going to go down and see here. Florida still big lead by President Trump. They should call Florida and Georgia, I think, here. Iowa, President Trump close on Iowa. He has some time still because still reporting in 56, so he's still got a chance here to get Iowa. I think if he repeats, he actually last time he came around, I think he could probably afford to lose. If he had to, he could afford to lose Iowa. Possibly. It's probably not preferred for him. Showing Lindsey Graham here. I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll get back to it, guys, all right? Stay with me. I'll be right back. Breaking news. The Republicans have won. What? Oh, okay. Hold on. Okay. All right, guys. Welcome back. President Trump has officially sealed the deal on Florida and South Carolina. And that's all right now. But he's officially sealed the deal on those two, which puts him at 147 to 207. He has about 40 to get 148 to 207. He's about 40 to get to Joe Biden again. I don't expect Joe Biden to win another state for a while. 107. The way that things are going right now, I don't believe that Biden. Okay, if Trump can seal Arizona and Alaska, even if he doesn't seal Alaska, as long as he seals Arizona, I believe, and Arizona and Iowa, I believe President Trump will win as long as he does that. Hold on, I got to do some math. 207 plus 10. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, if President Donald Trump holds on to all the current states he has right now, even if Joe Biden wins, even if he wins Arizona, New Mexico, Alaska, Hawaii, Minnesota, Iowa, Nevada, President Trump still won. He still is the winner. As long as President Trump wins Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Texas, Montana. I believe it's sealed in Texas and Georgia, and probably Michigan and Pennsylvania. Ohio, Wisconsin, and North Carolina and Montana are still swing. But as for right now, President Trump has the floor. You know, I am shocked, okay? It's tough to think. I'm not disappointed, you know, as you heard earlier on in the show. I'm not disappointed. I'm glad. But if they can finish this off soon, then it'll go off. I don't know if Fox News has done that. I don't know if Fox News has done that analogy yet, but even if they haven't, I did the math. Even if I messed up, there's still not much margin of error for you just joining. According to my edition of notes in the places that Trump has owned for the last about hour or an hour and a half, if he stays with those places, then President Trump will be the president again. He needs to now I got to do his math here. I'm pretty sure with the addition of Texas, Of course, Florida was already called, so 147. I have to do this plus 16. $163. That's MIPA 20. 8. 183. OH 18. 11. 10 0 1 201. NC, which is 15. 216 plus GA 216 plus 16 2 1 there 3232 plus 38 0 1 up there 67 270. President Trump just needs to win Michigan, Philadelphia, Ohio, North Carolina, Georgia, and Texas, and he's up at 270. And Joe Biden can't win those states, so he can't. They're a Republican, and they've already proved it so far. Even if he doesn't win Iowa, it's always first one to 270. Watch Chris Wallace here. No president has won in the Sunshine State without the Sunshine State. Trump has Philadelphia leads in Texas, has taken Florida, leads in Carolina. I'm still nervous, but I'm a lot less concerned than I was before. So, as you see, ladies and gentlemen, I'm slightly less stressed. Really kind of relieved seeing that. But, by the way, Barbara Bollier has lost to Roger Marshall. I repeat, Barbara Bollier has lost to Roger Marshall. And Governor Parsons has beaten Nicole Galloway. So Parsons and Marshall are both, for Missouri and Kansas, those were like the two. I believe Sharice Davids has beaten Amanda Adkins. In Alabama, Tuberville is just gained a seat as he won in Alabama. I believe Trump is also won in Alabama. That was a while ago. So it's 42-44. If they can get two more. But, yeah, when he won Alabama earlier. He just needs Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Michigan. And Texas, okay? And those are very likely. And that's without Wisconsin. That's without Wisconsin, Montana, and Arizona, and Alaska. Okay. He also put, when I was talking to my friend Becks earlier on, he told me that there's a pretty good chance that he will win. He will win Hawaii, and there's a chance that he will win New Mexico. There are two things there right now. Okay, so we got a few possibilities here. Let's check out my Michigan here. I landed right on it. Oh, he is well over 300,000 votes in front of Donald Trump, and climbing, and they're still only 46% in. I'm pretty sure it's safe to say that he's got that, but I never want to give it to him before it's the end. He's 55 in Pennsylvania. He got that quickly. Ohio, look at that. He's got a sizable lead in Ohio. I know for certain he's got a sizable lead in Georgia. I just want to see it for Georgia, see how good he's got. It's 53-44 in Georgia and climbing. And then Texas, I think we all knew he was going to get to Texas here. They just need to call Texas here. Yeah, he's got 51-47 in Texas. That's a little close. It's 74%, so they might call soon. But Florida, which he won a while ago, same 51-30 with 98% reported in. So there was really no getting out of that. President Trump was going to win in Florida either way. And Randy Cassidy wins it for I believe Florida. It's different without Mitt Romney. I'm going to put my glasses back on. So, now they're doing what I was doing on Fox News here. If he does what I was doing, if he wins Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, North Carolina, and Georgia and Texas, well, I think it's pretty assured that he will. Even though he's leading in Montana. Arizona might swing towards Biden here a little bit. There's one large area that has not yet gone to anyone. It's yet to be voted, and it's 73% in. In 2016, President Trump was leading in Arizona. But even if former Vice President Joe Biden gets Arizona, as long as he doesn't get some of the other states that President Trump did have. Have they called? Okay, hold on. And they've called Arizona. Okay. Arizona has just gone towards former Vice President Joe Biden, I believe, here. He was not in front before, but Biden 218 here. Biden has officially beaten President Trump in Arizona. Trump just needs to get the ones that I had told you before. Trump was never ahead in Arizona, though, so that was kind of expected here. I'm going to switch it over, check it out, do my analytics. One, Arizona, New Mexico, even if he calls that. I counted for New Mexico, didn't I? There's still a slight concern, but yeah, I counted for New Mexico. I counted for Arizona, New Mexico, Michigan, Iowa, and Nevada, and Alaska, and Hawaii, and he still didn't win. Just as long as President Trump holds the lead and wins in Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, Philadelphia, Ohio, Michigan, and Wisconsin. There was something that was saying that he was the new leader in Virginia. I need to check that out. I don't really necessarily believe that. Yep, he's leading in Virginia, but they still have Biden down for it. If he could steal Virginia in itself, that would be just Okay, guys, here's the issue. I brought my own sheet. Hopefully you guys can see it here. So, Trump currently leads in Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, and Texas, and Montana. And that's it for now. I believe he also is taking Idaho. So with former Vice President Biden, taking Arizona, he goes up to 217 with the maybe more with the 11 votes, 218. So now it's a 50-point game, about 50 points. President Trump needs to win just to win those states, even if Biden wins New Mexico and even if he wins MN, which is Minnesota, even if he wins Iowa, if Biden wins all of those, we got incoming. Dun 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 dun. Okay, we got Trump has just taken the lead in Iowa. It took about an hour and a half, but President Donald Trump is now taking the lead in Iowa and almost seals the deal. If he can get the lead in Alaska. Okay, let's go to Iowa and see how close or far away it is here. He's got about a point lead here. Not even a full point, but let's see. What was I going to now? Minnesota. I don't think Minnesota's in his reach at the moment. Minnesota. He could reach. I just don't think that he will. Alaska still hasn't come in yet. The amount of points that former Vice President Joe Biden has can still, depending on what President Trump does, it can still not win him the whole election. It still can get him out here. It means that he will still just not be able to take the victory. So I'm going to take and see here. Former Vice President Joe Biden's led all the way through, mainly because they really haven't released any of the Republican states yet. They released a lot of them, but they just haven't released. Like Texas usually comes out really early, and Georgia, they just haven't released them. So that's why he's been in for so long, but Biden officially takes Arizona, holds on for that. That was a swing. That was a bit of a swing there. He's using the same analytics. Yeah, but he needs to win Michigan and Wisconsin. Yeah, there's a way for him to do it. He just needs to win Michigan and Wisconsin also. Hey, what's up? There's nothing on it. It doesn't say. All right, guys, I'll be right back, and I will continue. I'm going to take a slight break, and then we'll get back on it, all right? Don't go anywhere. Hey, Kaylee, I got it for you. Let me see here. I'm going to pull it up so I can officially tell you. Okay, so Trump has won Idaho, Wyoming, South Dakota, North Dakota, a district of Nebraska, Utah, Kansas, Oklahoma. Hold on, it just did something. Oklahoma, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Indianapolis, Indiana, West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, South Carolina, and Florida. Trump has overtaken Montana, Texas, Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Philadelphia, North Carolina, and Georgia. And Joe Biden has won New Mexico and is at 223. He'll get to 233 if he wins. He'll get to 233 if he wins Minnesota. So, I do not know. Also, I do not know much about the Senate race except for Mitch McConnell's leading. They haven't really said much here on Fox that I'm watching right now. But as for West Coast, most of the West Coast is doing exactly like it was last time. Yeah. Virginia shouldn't have been called earlier on. Trump is leading there. So they're kind of just saying that right now. So that's about all right now. Looking, Trump has Ohio pretty sealed right now. Biden won Oregon a while ago, so that's all done. The states that were over there a while ago got back. Trump's winning in Texas pretty well. Utah went to Trump. Vermont went to Biden. There aren't really many left that haven't gone to anyone yet. And the Republicans are coming back with the seats really well here. Let's see, looking out here. What's the Georgia? Trump has a sizable lead in Georgia here. It's 1+ for the Democrats right now on balance of power in the Senate. Iowa, Trump has a 2-point lead. That's good for him. Michigan, Trump has a sizable lead. Minnesota, Biden has a sizable lead. Montana, Biden has or Trump has a sizable lead. That kind of scared me there a little bit. And I forgot, but they already called Nevada. Nope, they haven't called Nevada. So it's 233. 239 should be the turnout. 243 or so should be the turnout for former Vice President Joe Biden, because those are the only other states that Biden has a lead on anymore. I like using this here, but I'm gonna run right through again. My Michigan is 48% in, but he's got a pretty good lead over here. Philadelphia, PA. No, it's Pennsylvania. Why am I saying Philadelphia? He's got a sizable lead with 51 reporting. I feel like the fact that they've already given the Democrats their points, they should give President Trump some too, because it seems like they're just going with the Democrats first. Ohio is a pretty good lead, and still got it. North Carolina is, last time I saw the North Carolina, it was pretty close. It's about a 2-point lead here in Carolina. And then Georgia was sizable, I believe. Sizable. Georgia, pretty sizable lead, and they're almost tonight. They're almost to 80%. And then Texas, they should report Texas now. 51-46, and they just raised it for Trump. Trump got more points from Texas, so I feel like they should give out now. But did he win something? It looks different. Yeah, he was always at 148. Don't think he won anything yet. And in about 30 minutes, they will be releasing Hawaii and Alaska. Senate race, Biden wins Arizona and New Mexico. Trump wins Florida. Biden wins Arizona and New Mexico. The Republicans need one more to win, and that looks like the Michigan. James is beating Peters. That looks like the one one more to tie and 2 more to take the lead. They got a couple that might come in, but what it's looking like right now, the Trump's gonna come out in a good place, and the Senate's gonna be Republican controlled, and the House is gonna be Republican controlled because they got a good amount. If Trump gets all the states that he had a lead on previously, what we don't need though is Biden to get Texas. That's costly and might just lose us the race. Or Ohio, or North Carolina, or Michigan, or Philadelphia, or Georgia. Those are the ones, all of them, but there are a few we could afford to lose probably, but it's not preferred. I feel as if they should release here soon. Something involved WHO. All right, I just want to see who all's left on this thing. I'm just see 3 people. I think it's probably, I know it's my mom, it's Kaylee, and maybe Gavin, possibly. Oh, so nothing happening at the moment with everything going on right now. I need caffeine, so I'm gonna jolt real quick. I'm gonna get something completely unhealthy. I'll be right back, y'all. Stay tuned. I should get paid for this. I should get paid for this. down points, but he's got to come back possibly. We're kind of on a bit of a lull right now with the whole the whole election stuff. Not much happening for any of the candidates. So I'm kind of just gonna go into depth here. I feel like I was a lot more emotional about this year. I felt like I felt like I cared a lot more this year. And it looks like, okay, so losing the lull, hold on here. So it appears Ohio is going to be taken by Trump. They're in 94%, and probably in the next couple of minutes, maybe by when they release Arkansas, or when they release Alaska and Hawaii as the final two states left, then they might call Ohio. It seemed like they called the Arizona race a little early, but doesn't look like Biden's gaining, or it doesn't look like Trump. And just called, President Trump has won Ohio, so he has knocked off one of the states that he needs to get to 270 here. This should put him at 166. It is what it says is 166 here. So Trump is on his way to the end of this. But back in on the last election, I really didn't care all that much because it didn't make a difference to me. But now, depending on who gets in office, it kind of depends on what my future holds. Because if I want to do certain things, I'm going to try and stay biased here. But if I want to do certain things, and some candidates maybe have other ideas, but. And some of the things that I can't do that I really wanted to. And it's been kind of hard, truly, to think about that, because if someone who doesn't know how to run the country comes in and runs the country, because I haven't seen Joe Biden before, I don't know much about his views and stuff. I've seen Kamala Harris before, and I've seen them before. I just don't know much about Joe Biden. It's it's weird because I'm concerned. I don't know if Joe Biden, if he does have to figure out how to get Texas or Miami or Philadelphia or some of those guys, or Michigan rather, if he figures out how to do those, then that might be the end of it, because that might be where it all stops, and I get to wonder if he'll be good for this country, good to run it. I feel like you don't really know when you go into this with some candidates, and that's just the way it goes. And I guess you just kind of have to accept it most of the time when those sort of things happen. You just gotta pray for the people who are running the country and hope that they won't, hurt your dreams, something that you want to do in the future. But I just kind of wanted to throw that out there. By the way, they are doing exactly what I was predicting. That's not how I was doing it, but that's close enough. If he takes also Pennsylvania and Miami, he needs to. So on Fox News, they're kind of basically seeing what states President Trump need to get to 270. By my calculations, he just needs Michigan, Pennsylvania, Ohio, which he already got, North Carolina, Georgia, and Texas. So those are about it. Trump is leading in Michigan at the moment. It kind of scared me for a second because I looked over and I saw that Biden had 55 over Trump, but then I noticed they were just going by a county. But as for the whole state of Michigan, they don't have all of the ballots or anything in yet. So if President Trump loses Michigan, there are a few other states that he could quite possibly snag. But right now, Wisconsin could be another good one that he could grab. The electoral votes on Wisconsin is necessary, but you know what? Whoever wins, I hope that they do a good job. Wow, that was so last time Wisconsin, President Trump won by just a little bit, just by 8%. I'd say they just call everything. Sure did look like it there, but that was just showing last year. But yeah, Michigan, they still got a while before they probably show Michigan. Trump seems to be winning in Kennett County in Michigan. Trump won the pivotal state of Ohio. That's something that he needed to do. Apparently people didn't really read Amendment 3 all that well. Amendment 3 is probably about to pass for Missouri, it appears. Just right now, just waiting for them to call some of the states. I feel as if they are going to call Texas here in a little while. In fact, I'm going to check Texas's amount here. Thought I saw something change on here. Let's see. I believe that we see Texas. Texas might go down when they release Hawaii in. But he's got a huge lead with it's only 66 reported in. But they weren't even at 1% when they did it for California for Joe Biden. Of course, we already probably knew that California, because it's kind of a Democratic. Oh, this is Utah, by the way. I need Texas, I'd say. Okay, they're about 78% in, and he's got a pretty big lead over Joe Biden. I'd say they probably need to release soon, but as from what I'm seeing here, you know, maybe it may go into the morning. amount of time it's taking. I kind of need to be there. But going off of Becks statistics that he had the other night, the probability is that Trump's gonna win. And Texas has just been called. Ladies and gentlemen, President Trump is finally over 200. I was waiting for them to call Texas. So Texas gets knocked off of the board. Now we have Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Michigan that President Trump needs. I'm pretty sure polls are closed for Nevada. Polls are closed. They just have not reported anything for Nevada. That's kind of an interesting, odd thing going on right now. Let's take it over here. President Trump is now running Texas with Texas. By the way, thank you guys that are staying on. I believe Kaylee's on here and my mom and one other person. Thank you guys for staying on for this whole thing. It means a lot to me because I really worked hard. I wrote a lot of paper for this stuff, and I'm really, really thankful for you guys staying on here for this. I'm really just wishing that they would go on ahead and give Trump the states, but you know what? Trump is not that far behind Biden now. This is a real race, baby. It's coming, and President Trump's coming for Joe Biden right now. So, you know what I gotta say is that if things stay the way they are here in the thing, then President Trump is gonna win. Have it down. He just needs to win Michigan, Philadelphia, North Carolina, and Georgia. I'd say the next state he's gonna win is Georgia and Philadelphia, because North Carolina and Michigan are still kind of pivoting a little bit closer. So projects for Texas. Here we'll get the Lone Star. Yep, that's right. So apparently Amendment 3 has passed. I'm going to have to check on that later here. But last break I didn't do my photo shot, so I'm going to get up and do it again here. All right, guys, so we got a couple more minutes before they release Alaska and Hawaii. I'm going to recap. President Trump has won Texas, and Biden, of course, won. But the 3 states that President Trump needed, Florida, Ohio, and Texas, he won all 3. By the way, I would like to know, hold on. What's my question? I'd like to know from you guys' experience, or because I don't have it in front of me. Who passed? Did Amendment 3 pass or fail? I would like to know. You could put it down in the chat if you guys know. If you don't, then that's fine. Because that was like the biggest thing from Missouri, other than mayor, is we got a race. Hold on, what's that? We got a issue here. Trump's leading big in Michigan, though. Hold on. Trump landslide. I don't know that Biden won Virginia. I'm not so sure about that. They're saying that he did. They didn't call here. It might be Montana. That's a tight one, but I'm not gonna think about it being Montana. Nope, I think it's North Carolina. Carolina is one of the states that he needs. In fact, going to go back in here and check it out. As for right now, President Trump, North Carolina, right there. They have 94% in. Polls are closed. President Trump leading 50.9 to 48.70. Wow, 47,000 people voted for Joe Jorgensen. That's great. I would have voted for him if this wasn't such a pivotal year for running for president and stuff. I know I can't vote, but I'm just like would have supported him probably. So it has not been called yet, but they probably will call in the next few minutes. In fact, the clock is about to expire, and they will release Hawaii and Alaska. I believe the clock has expired just like a couple seconds ago. And let's see who they have down here. And Joe Biden has won the very, very, democratic and very small Hawaii. I don't think that really made a difference here, but they have called it for Hawaii, and they'll probably call it for Carolina in a little while here. Sorry, excuse me, North Carolina. Yeah, by the way, yeah. Hawaii is not that much of a difference. It's not that much of a thing for him. We just need to Biden's winning. Every bit counts, but that one doesn't. I'm sorry, Mom, but I know you said every bit counts, and I said it earlier too, but that one doesn't. And that one doesn't because of the fact that I've already counted for that one, and it really doesn't make a difference in this situation right now for Joe Biden. So yes, he won Hawaii, but it doesn't really give him all that much. Yep. Trump just needs to win Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Miami. Or Michigan. Now let's check on, they said Alaska has not closed its polls, but it has. Possibly. I'd like to check out Nevada here. I'd like to say I've checked out for every possibility, but I don't really have the... Texas was huge for Biden, Texas was huge for Trump at the moment. Trump's got it in Texas there. California was huge for Biden also. I don't know. It's even to say that New York, I think that was like the one thing that my Becks got wrong was New York. It wasn't that far away though. I've seen worse. And then California, District of Columbia was, California was kind of painful. District of Columbia was too. So between you and me, that's like the biggest liberal place of all. And how you can tell is the vote went down 92.81 to 5.72, and that was Joe Biden. Now, I got to say liberal Democrat because they have a liberal Republican also. There is, in fact, such thing. So, Joe Biden leads in the polls right now. Got some notes to write down. I got to make sure I counted for Hawaii. If you know what I mean, because I'm pretty sure I did. They didn't even come out with anything. They just came and said that Joe Biden's got Hawaii. 4. Yep, I counted for Hawaii. I counted for even Montana and Iowa going to Biden, and yet still President Trump won it in my projection. I projected Maine. I projected the District of Maine to go to President Trump, and that looks like that's going to happen in the next few, 2 years. I don't know. Sure hope Mike Pence runs after this is all over. Oh, no, not this again. So Trump is leading big time in Michigan right now. Oh my gosh, I'm just giving up on that. Not much difference, honestly, from 2016 and a lot of stuff. I'd say the one big difference was Nevada. Nevada has not come up yet. I'm not so sure what the deal is with that. Per Kaylee, Trump is at 209, Biden 154. That's because I think the one that you're watching is saying that he didn't win Virginia and maybe one other, New York, I don't know, because I don't think he actually did win Virginia. Maybe not even Hawaii too. They may not have projected Hawaii, but I'm pretty sure Hawaii is gonna go. But like you said earlier on, Kaylee, the Virginia beach line has not been pulled yet, so I think they're gonna not get away with that. Vermont was a tough one there. South Carolina went to Trump. we just gotta hope that for the president's sake that they get North Carolina now, because that's a big one. Let's see. The biggest one left for President Trump to get him up even with Biden, he should probably get Pennsylvania next. Pennsylvania, do they need to have on Penny Sly? They're not even close to done with Penny Sly. How about Michigan? Michigan's like at 53, and then Georgia, North Carolina, 94. That should be done quickly. But Georgia, that's at 79, and Trump's got a sizable lead of that. Now, one thing I didn't count for is if Biden wins North Carolina, which I don't see that happening. If he does, then that'll be... I'd be at 242, 252, 258, probably. That would be if Biden somehow miraculously came from behind, even though Trump did that earlier on in the night and came from behind and got North Carolina with Minnesota and Nevada. Then if he got our Alaska, he'd be in some serious trouble. There's not really many. Weird thing is that there are not many Minnesota. There are not many Democratic states that have not been projected to win yet. I would say Nevada is the only one left. And Nevada and Minnesota, according to Fox, which that's the map that I'm looking at right now. But I feel like Joe Biden did not win Virginia in the beginning at all. I think that was kind of just a bit of a jump on the gun situation for Fox News. They just saw that he was ahead in the beginning, and they just gave it to him. Did they call? I believe that they maybe. That's what if. Virginia. So apparently Trump or Biden official with Virginia. No, they did not call. Michigan's far from done. They still got several percents left. I'd say the next one that's going to be called is Pennsylvania or Minnesota. I have to check Minnesota because I really didn't get to see all that much about that one. Yeah, 71. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I feel like kind of got to count on what's going on. They're talking about currently talking about Michigan and what went down the last couple of times. Sorry, I lost my pen. Got it. I need a more comfortable chair. If you know what I mean. Wake up. Yeah, President Trump had Idaho earlier, so I think they just officially called it just like a couple minutes ago, though. According to my sheet, they called it about an hour ago. Republicans need one more to tie the Democrats for the House. Yeah. If everything works out the way that I have predicted, I'm like pretty studying statistics and doing a lot of analytical, and it is official. Trump has won Iowa. That was not one of the ones that I had on my list, but Iowa really. Trump gets Iowa here. So the fact he gets Iowa here with 6, that really doesn't help. I mean, it helps. It just really doesn't give me much here. He can still decently get away with winning Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. He could even probably take out, with that, he could probably take out, because no, you can't, because the way that I had it set up, it's perfect. The way I have it set up, he perfectly hits 270 right on the mark. I did Michigan plus Philadelphia, or Pennsylvania plus Ohio plus North Carolina plus Georgia plus Texas equals 270. That was the answer here. And Trump just demolished Biden in Iowa. It's good to know that Midwest. Oh. Okay. President Trump has swept the Midwest and the South. Per sources, he's about to win Carolina and Georgia. So he's about to sweep Midwest and South here. So Midwest is Missouri, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, minus Illinois, because that's kind of middle of Midwest. I'm not going to count that. And then he's got, if he wins to Louisiana, so if he wins Georgia and North Carolina, then he swept the South. Well, he's kind of there to win. He's kind of got Georgia and South Carolina within his reach here, so. Yep. Trump is defeating Biden in most of the key battleground areas, if you know what I mean. He's currently on track. If he wins, got to do it all over again here. So he can get away with winning if he wins Wisconsin. He really he's got a good thing on Wisconsin if he gets Wisconsin. There's nothing on Alaska right now. Alaska's closed, and so is. Now remind me of this. Now remind me of this, guys. Weren't 2 states didn't report until like the next day, and then it was too late or something? Just remind me of that, okay? I'm pretty sure that's what happened last year or 4 years ago. Why do I want to keep saying last year? 4 years ago. I'm just surprised that I was the only one, or that I was the first one to spot out the path for Biden to get to victory. Or I spotted out the path for Biden to get to victory, but I spotted out the path for Trump to get to victory too. I'm just surprised I was the first one to do both of them. By the way, did y'all hear that Sean Connery died? A couple days before the election, unfortunately. May he rest in peace. Biden 227, Trump 210. Trump needs to win Michigan, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia for him to be able to make it, to be able to win it. And then Biden needs to win basically all the states. Basically, he needs to win Minnesota, Michigan. Basically, he needs to win Minnesota and Michigan, and quite possibly one other. Yeah, no, Biden needs to win Minnesota, Michigan, and probably Pennsylvania and Georgia for him to be able to win and steal it away from Trump. But the way that Trump's got it set up right now, the way that everything's working out for President Trump right now, I don't see that happening. Just listen to what I just said. I don't see that happening. Got to do some math here. Let me have a second here. Two. Here, I'm going to go to a new page. Now, if possibly, it's possible, President Trump, if President Trump can quite possibly end it tonight, then he will definitely shut up the people who were saying that we'd probably be weeks before we had full results. If he can just make it to 270, then that's over. Even if Biden figures out a way to get a whole bunch of points from a whole bunch of different places, even if Trump gets full 270, you can't get it back. He could call for a recount, but I don't see that. I don't see that happening. I don't know. So, plus 10 from Minnesota. 7, 3, 237. And then so that's MN. Then he'd have to get a wild card out of probably Pennsylvania. 27, 50, 257. And then he'd still have to get probably Wisconsin, which is 267, and then he'd have to get Montana, which is 270. So the way that former Vice President Joe Biden can, we got something. What happened? Okay. I believe that the president just got another state. Anyway, by Biden could win 227. Only way Biden could win is by, hold on, I gotta, and then he could probably get, okay. He's probably not gonna get Wisconsin. I'm gonna have to check here. I'm gonna go away from this because they're talking to Joe Biden for a while. Wisconsin. Not Wisconsin. It needs to be Minnesota. Something that starts with an M. It's Maryland. Nope. Massachusetts. Nope. Maryland. Nope. What the heck? Montana. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Let's say we take Montana out of it. Nevada. Yeah, I see. Okay. I think he feels defeated. That's why. The only way for him to win, guys, is if he steals Pennsylvania and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. I think he feels defeated if Wisconsin's gone here. I think Wisconsin was one of the ones that was pretty not pretty red. Minnesota's the one that's blue. I don't know. I'd say Wisconsin's could work out. He's got a pretty decent lead over Biden in Wisconsin. I don't know. The issue with that is usually oh, we have a call. Biden has won Minnesota. Okay, check one off of that list. So he is now at 237. He has to win Philadelphia. Yeah, North Carolina. Oh, okay. I thought that they were saying another one. They have called Minnesota for Joe Biden. And that is all of the blue states other than Nevada. He has to also, for him to win, he has to also win Nevada, Philadelphia, or Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. What do you mean? Oh, about the states have stopped counting. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. I gotta ask my mom something. Here, I'll get back on and I'll tell you. Speaking because Alright, guys. Here's the deal. I'm going to explain it to you guys short and sweet, okay? This needn't be so complicated. Joe Biden's only way to victory that I have calculated, since he's won Minnesota, he needs to win Nevada and Wisconsin and Philadelphia. He is not going to win Philadelphia, and he needs 20 to get that. So he'd have to go down to North Carolina, which Trump is also beating him at. So then he'd have to try and work himself up, trying to beat out Alaska, which is probably not very popular. He's probably not very popular up there. So yes, this is that's what's basically going on right now, and that's what I'm basically telling you guys. Trump is Biden's looks like, and he wants to get it. He can't necessarily get it via. Oh, and Nevada has just come in. It is currently leaning to the right. This is interesting, because previously Nevada had voted Democrat. But yeah, from what I can see, Nevada is colored in. Hold on. having some more technical difficulties at the moment here. Stand by. It's not usually a good thing when Arizona flipped. It's not usually a good thing when that goes in like that. So, Nevada. Trump is leading in Nevada 70-26. I'm not sure that'll stay that way. That's funny. So, Wisconsin, probably not gonna go to Biden here. In Pennsylvania, because I believe Wisconsin's almost done. And then Pennsylvania, honestly, I do statistical analytics for a lot of my time, a lot of my off time, and I really don't see any other way for former Vice President Joe Biden to make it in, other than him winning Nevada, him winning also Nevada, Wisconsin, and Philadelphia, plus Minnesota, which he's already got. I don't know, because the rest of the states are red. The rest of the ones that are in here are red, and I'd say that there's a good chance that he'll get Nevada eventually. I'd be surprised and impressed if he didn't. And did they call Carolina? And no, Carolina has not called yet. It's still too close to call at the moment. I would say that they should probably put Carolina as done. Biden HQ in Wilmington. So they're showing in Georgia. I don't know what the deal is with him doing the his just speech or anything. I don't know if he thinks that he's won, because honestly, he very much has not won. A few states that they're probably expecting him to win have not let him get the win. So if he stays ahead of Biden, I think for the most part, he just needs Carolina. President Trump needs Carolina here. And I'm not lying to you guys, because it's a serious thing here for President Trump to get North Carolina, and it leads him to victory based off of this is probably backwards for you guys, but this is my whole, deal that I did with that. Take a picture if you want, but Michigan looks pretty good for President Trump here. They're saying that it's likely to be much closer. I don't know. But they are not calling at all right now. Yeah, I don't agree. And if in fact both Pennsylvania and Wisconsin do somehow in fact flip for Joe Biden, that's where I'd be questioning. He's got a pretty good lead. President Trump's got a pretty good lead on Biden in Pennsylvania for right now. 57.0 to 41.9. But just have to watch and see and learn here what they think is going to happen. I wouldn't really trust what they think is going to happen because I've heard some people say that they believe someone's going to get in a certain way. I don't understand some of their analogies on how they think someone's going to get in, but they need to go on ahead and project a call. Here, just gonna run through real quick here. It just seems like I'll get back to you guys here in a sec. Wisconsin. I don't know. When they're reporting 81% already in, and President Trump is 51 to 47, I don't know that he'll win it. And then we also need to probably check on North Carolina and Georgia. North Carolina, he's 50 to 48. I don't know. He won North Carolina in the last election. In Georgia. Yeah, I don't want to watch that. And he's leading in Georgia. In Pennsylvania is Trump, big lead. They're probably not going to call for a while. Hi. Good to have you back. President Trump is slightly down. It's Biden is leading 237 to 210. Still close. Yeah, I see. I don't think I can watch it, though. I don't want to. So things have kind of slowed down here. Alaska still hasn't. No, in fact, President Trump has about almost a 10-point lead over him in Pennsylvania. President Trump also has about almost also a 10-point lead in Georgia, and then President Trump also, he might just be wanting to reassure his voters. President Trump also has a sizable lead in Michigan. That one's not over yet. Neither is Montana, but he also has a pretty good lead there. And then North Carolina is almost finished. It's kind of close in North Carolina, but they're probably not going to release Carolina for a while, unfortunately. And Joe Biden is leading in the 2nd district in Nebraska, but that doesn't really make a difference. Nebraska itself makes a difference, but not the districts. I think it's how many you win. I'm going to take a quick break while the Biden speech is on. It just ended, but so former Vice President Joe Biden just gave a speech. He says that he believes that they're on track to win the election, but I get it. It isn't over until every He's also saying that it isn't out until every vote is counted. But I almost feel as if there's almost not really a route. I see him probably trying to stay motivated, but the states that he has to win are kind of Republican states that you wouldn't really see a Democrat winning in. So I wouldn't both count him out, and I also wouldn't say that he's going to win too. I wouldn't say either, because and President Trump has just won Montana. That's not much. That's not very many. That is the call. He's at 213 to 237 as he wins Montana. Wisconsin, Miami, Pennsylvania, and I believe, did they take down Virginia? Okay, hold on. It's now Wisconsin, Miami, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, and Nevada, and Alaska that are left. So President Trump, right as Biden was saying that we can win this and we can do it, right as he said that, President Trump came out and won in Montana. It was not a very huge state for him to win, but it was one that will help him kind of forward straight ahead into the winner's circle, as I would call it, but forward straight ahead into the re-election period. As still hasn't updated on here, but that's fine. I did think that was kind of funny how right when former Vice President Joe Biden left the stage and they switched over, he said, "And we do have a call. President Trump wins." And but yes, he does win Montana. He's at 213. He still has a few states. He still has some states he needs to get the victory on to make it to presidency. But other than that, I don't know. Currently, thank you. I'm trying. I'm gonna keep on track, you know. I'm gonna see if I can stay here until they call. Yeah, total update. President Trump is down in the count currently. Former Vice President Joe Biden is up 237 to 210. Former Vice President Joe Biden won Arizona, which they changed as a flip state that went from Republican to Democrat here. It appears that Wisconsin might do the same thing here in a little while. They're not really, it's not really saying, and it still has not updated that President Trump has won Montana. But as for right now, former Vice President Joe Biden leads and is winning. Currently, former Vice President Joe Biden needs to win Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Wisconsin to win. And Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Wisconsin are all three in control of the Republicans. In fact, Pennsylvania is close to being called soon. So we're going to have to watch out for that, but not sure exactly when they will call that. That's probably going to be a later on thing to happen. But yes. Let's see here now. President Trump is, in fact, leading in Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. And those are the states that he needs to win. They're close to calling in North Carolina, but the rest of them are kind of a bit away. They're kind of a ways from getting called, which is fun. That makes for an even longer night. But it is in fact former Vice President Joe Biden's leading the popular vote right now. But if President Trump stays on the same trail that he's going right now, then the popular vote won't really matter. Wisconsin's probably going to go to President Trump soon anyway. Let's see here. Trump's leading 52 to 46 in Georgia. With like 80 something. leading 54-44 in Michigan with 59 complete. Leading Montana. Actually, he won Montana. It hasn't updated yet. North Carolina, he's leading by just a few points, and they're close to calling. In Pennsylvania, he's got 56-41. So they are attempting to show right now. I believe Wisconsin is. Trump's got a 10-point lead pretty much over Biden in Wisconsin right now. I don't know. We're just gonna have to wait and find out. But yes, hold on. Wisconsin? Yeah. Wait, Wisconsin, Mom? It says 59-60 in Michigan. Oh, that's Michigan. Wisconsin's probably. Trump's got a good enough lead, I guess. Yes, Wisconsin. Okay. It looks like Wisconsin's complete. It says 83% now. So it looks like Wisconsin's done. They just gotta call it. I think President Trump is got a pretty good lead there. I don't know if they'll call it though. It's 51-47. A little less of a lead. It still is a lead. So I'm going to take a quick break, guys. I need food, so I'll be right back, y'all. Don't worry, y'all. I'm still alive. I didn't die. They still have not called at all. Let's see here. No calls for anywhere in Pennsylvania or anything at the moment. I would like to see and I would like to see Georgia or North Carolina or something like that get called by now. May not be until they'll probably call by when they'll probably call it late. Let's see, VA, Virginia. Joe Biden took back the lead in Virginia. Trump still has a sizable lead in Georgia. Oh, any tips for the science fair? Okay. Just don't freak out. That's one that I had to do. I know it looks like a lot of work, and it is. It's a lot of stuff that you have to put into it, but it gets better as you go, and you'll finally understand it later on. And also, make sure to write everything in grid paper on a notebook grid paper, in pen. It can't be in pencil, because if you're doing something technical that you have to remember, you can't erase pen. Make sure that no one gets in, or you don't accidentally get in and erase it. And the third thing is when the judges come around, just think of them as your parents, okay? Don't just freeze up and think, that's somebody new. I don't know them, And don't get behind, too. You probably should work through Christmas break when you do it. I know that doesn't sound very fun, but if you do what we did, work through the first couple of weeks of it, and then maybe let off when it's when it's to the point. It's worth it. Maybe let off a few weeks in. But yeah, it's worth it, and if you do all the work the right way, it'll end out really well for you. Okay, former vice president. Oh, we got someone. What did we get? Hello to us, whoever just joined, the fifth person. Put you back on updated. Former Vice President Joe Biden is leading 237 to President Trump's 213. President Trump is currently leading in all the rest of the last few. And we have a Maine senator. Republicans are attempting to earn back the Senate, but President Trump, we are just waiting for a call to see who possibly has won in North Carolina, because North Carolina is currently a key state in this at this point. So that is currently what's going on right now. Let's see here. But and now President Trump is going to deliver a statement with multiple battleground states still too close to call. A little while ago, former Vice President Joe Biden released a statement to his followers. This time President Trump will do it. And Perdue is currently beating Ossoff in Georgia for mayor, or not mayor, for the Senate race. Let's see. As for right now, President Trump leads 53-44 in Michigan with 61% left. Trump leads 67-24 in Nevada with several percentage left, 24 complete. North Carolina, 94% in. He leads 50-48. Pennsylvania, he leads 56-42. And then along down the board, as we're going to see here, along down the board, Wisconsin, President Trump leads 51-47. So fairly close on a few states. Georgia and Carolina are the next few that will probably most likely get the call within the next hour or so. Alaska, for some obscure reason, is not making anything. I believe that they had a setback of some sort in Alaska. I do not know what exactly is going on in there. Excuse me. Okay. We don't really have much, but both Democrats and Republicans are tied for the Senate seat at 46-46, and the balance of power, House balance of power, the Republicans currently have more, but the Democrats just scored a 151. Let's see, something just happened in the run against the Senate powerhouses. So who joined a couple seconds ago? Okay. Here's a recap. President Trump needs Miami, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia to call. Probably will not happen in the next hour. Probably one or two will happen in the next hour. Probably Pennsylvania and Georgia, or maybe Michigan and Georgia, because they're the two closest. What the heck? Okay. So still several states that are yet to be released. Trump is leading in most all of them, including Nevada, which either will end soon or will be a surprising turnaround and pretty small, but it would take away from, and that was announced earlier, in fact. So they have officially, I believe, hit 100% on Ohio. So we're going to have to see exactly when. Yeah. I'm just waiting on someone to call. I thought they were calling like North Carolina there for a second, and I thought that they were. Yeah. Back hurts. This is not a great chair. So they are calling it too early to call for all of the states that I was talking about that President Trump were leading in. I do believe that they'll probably call, or they probably should call within the next hour, because it doesn't take that long. Yeah, they're at like 97%, 96, they're like 90-something percent for, and then Georgia's in an 87%. So probably when they hit 90, they'd call it, for President Trump. I honestly just want this to be over with, because this is not the best. This is not, I don't think elections are all that great, if you know what I mean. Because who knows who gets in. It's always interesting, but as for right now, there are no calls. But I believe all polls have closed. I think probably Michigan, Georgia. Okay, that was off. North Carolina and I believe. Oh, what we got here? North Carolina and Wisconsin are the closest. Yep, North Carolina and Wisconsin are the closest to being over with here. Yeah, I know. Hang on. It's going to be done someday. So, President Trump for Florida. Hold on, I'll head back to the. They probably should call So, President Trump, Florida and Texas. President Trump, Florida, Texas, South Carolina, Florida and Texas, South Carolina, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Kansas, Missouri, Iowa, Indianapolis, Indiana, Kentucky, Ohio, West Virginia, North Dakota, South Dakota. I am listing off the states that President Trump currently has. Montana, Wyoming, Idaho. Oh, and hold on. Hold on. Where did I leave you off? I left you on Idaho, didn't I? Utah. The former Vice President Joe Biden got 1 point for half of got 1 point for half of Nebraska. Okay. What did I not? Okay. Democrat. And then there's half of Nebraska's blue also. Okay. And then Minnesota, Illinois, blue. Biden. Creepy. Minnesota, Illinois. Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona. This is all for Biden, by the way. California, Oregon, Washington. Hawaii. Virginia. Maryland. New York. New Jersey. Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts. It's interesting, all the founding father states are Democrat, minus the Carolinas. Vermont and New Hampshire. half of Maine. Half. No one currently has the other half of Maine. What? The blue. The blue's for Biden.
Yeah, Lydia wants to know. Wait, so these are for Biden?
What?
The blue states that you just listed.
Yes, the
they
blue
are for
states
Biden.
are for Biden. Trump has more states than Biden does, but they're all small points as for right now.
So maybe you could show this.
If they would go on ahead and call, this is it, the formality right now. Still missing Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Nevada and Alaska.
Pennsylvania has 20 electoral votes, so that's a big one.
It would be big for President Trump.
Georgia has 16.
And they are still not calling Georgia yet.
I don't think they're going to call Georgia tonight. I think they stopped.
They're at 80-something%. They've gone up at percents.
Well, who's in the lead on that one?
Trump by a big amount.
Okay.
They need to just call. And Trump's leading pretty big amount in Alaska too. That's not a huge state. It's a big state, but it doesn't have that much. It's weird that how it doesn't have that much electoral votes. It didn't sound right. I'm hoping that they do call some of them tonight because I don't really want to end the live stream, and they are not calling. Wisconsin's almost all the way in. North Carolina, 94%. Trump still leads in North Carolina. Too early to call all of the above. Yeah. I'm going to take a quick break. I feel like Michigan isn't really that close to call. Seems like they're purposefully stringing this out just so that I can get that upset at them. They called Georgia too early to call, and yet he's got a huge lead on Biden. I don't agree with that. And all the polls have closed. It just doesn't seem right to me. Hmm? I need food. Oh, I did. They probably will call Wisconsin or Georgia next. Probably not. Possibly not. Well, you can't really. It's already turned into election through Wednesday because it's past midnight here, but I wish I could say that they called something. Who texted? What? Hey guys, I'll be back in about 10 minutes. I have to take a break and try and make sure that I don't pass out. You have to hold it. If you tape it on it, it's pushed up right against it. I'll be right back. need some sugar. Again. This spot is looking backwards.
Yeah.
For you it was.
The cab is right outside. We'll be here at 11 a.m.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to be
for those
bringing
results.
And I'm back. I finally got some sugar. Some much needed sugar. Currently no change. They've called several too close to call. The Senate majority is tied. The Democrats currently have the House by 5. President Donald Trump is leading by a lot in Pennsylvania. And they might just be able to report in a little while. I'm not sure. They might give it out, but might be a while. I'm not interested in any ad, by the way. Now I kind of have to do a recount on what Biden needs to do. I don't think it's much different. It just put him up at 734. By the way, President Trump leads in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Alaska, and for a little while he was, and I believe still is, leading in Nevada. I'm checking right now. Yes, he has lost the lead in Nevada. Nevada has gone over to the side of former Vice President Joe Biden. And that was one of the states that former Vice President Joe Biden needed to get to his victory. Honestly, I would say because there has not been a change in the last several hours in some of the polls, I would say that that they are closed for probably Pennsylvania, or they should be. Pennsylvania and North Carolina, or Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, I would say those polls are closed, both of which former Vice President Joe Biden and President Trump needed. I believe Pennsylvania is probably done a lot more than Wisconsin. North Carolina is pretty much down to zero. It has stopped, and according to what I'm seeing right now, they are reporting 100%. So they should be calling soon. And Georgia is in fact reporting in 100%, according to this, reporting in 93. I believe Georgia and North Carolina will be the first two to most likely would be most likely to call the first. This is probably one of the latest going elections in the last few years. Yes, they did have past days counts, but none of which really mattered. I believe President Trump has a sizable lead on former Vice President Joe Biden, and I believe that they probably should call. I wouldn't really say that it's a too close to call moment, since he's leading like 57-43 in Pennsylvania. And this is for 20 electoral votes. Now this is my opinion side, I almost feel as if they're doing it on purpose because they want former Vice President Joe Biden to get in Nevada first before they give it to Pennsylvania to Trump, because I do believe that Pennsylvania is almost completely done, and they should be able to call this early because they had done it before with former Vice President Joe Biden in Arizona. As for Hawaii, they have just they haven't called at all. Currently, the Senate is tied again, and the House is about a 10-point deficit between the Democrats and the Republicans to run the House. But they have said that Georgia is still too close to call, which I would agree, but it has moved. so far, I wouldn't necessarily say it's not the closest that I've seen. I've seen other closer ones being called that late or that early even. So former Vice President Joe Biden has the lead for right now until they finally declare that President Trump has beaten Joe Biden in Pennsylvania or Wisconsin or wherever they want to. In fact, I do believe they will most likely call Nevada in the next hour to 30 minutes, or 30 minutes to an hour, most likely. Eventually, he will be struggling. Because the president has a here, let's back. Because the president has an advantage in some of the eastern states that he needed to win early on, and I don't see them turning around for former Vice President Joe Biden. In fact, if President Trump wins, he needs to win Miami, or he needs to win Michigan, he needs to win Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, and they could have even Alaska or Wisconsin as collateral, and even Biden still wouldn't win. But Biden needs to have a miracle and pass up President Trump, which honestly I would think a miracle would be a little bit too far-fetched. And if it does in fact happen, then I would say that I wouldn't necessarily believe that was completely fair. Six hours. In about 6 hours since polls closed earlier on this morning, or earlier on this afternoon, earlier on tonight, rather, sorry. About 6 hours ago, we started this video when Missouri polls closed, and then they opened, and in fact, the polls for Carolinas and Virginia, or Carolinas and Georgia and Philadelphia all closed before we did have our closings up here in Missouri, and then for some odd reason they kind of probably stalled so that former Vice President Joe Biden can win Wisconsin. We have results here. Former Vice President Joe Biden is currently got a serious lead right now. Not too serious. Vermont, New York, Florida, and Maine. Did Nebraska give anything?
Let's have to take a look over there.
Nebraska didn't say it gave anything.
Total, though. So you said 1 point went to.
How much did you get total of?
I left those two blank.
Did you count? Okay. And then there's still Wyoming, or no, there's still Wisconsin, Nevada, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, and Alaska left. before it officially is over. Former Vice President Joe Biden has taken a lead in Nevada, but President Trump is just slightly is catching up. Okay, that's what it's at. So did they not get anything for Nebraska? That poor state.
I don't know how it splits.
President.
Isn't that the split state?
Yeah.
Yeah.
President Trump currently ahead of former Vice President Joe Biden in states-wise. If it all were to end and close right now, President President Trump would be reelected.
Olivia would like to know who was Mark Fish.
Mark Fish was Mark Fish was my friend Michael, who was acting as an actual sheriff of Kansas. I think he was an actual legislator. I don't know if he was a sheriff, but I called him up. And then Mike Becks was an actual statistician, an analyst that worked at a college that I used Gavin as the person, and I say he did an incredible job for him just winging it as Mike Becks. But Mark Fish is Michael, and Mike Becks is he's Gavin.
So it wasn't Jackson.
It was supposed to be Jackson, but Gavin showed up, so I put for President Trump leading in Pennsylvania 56-42 with 64 complete. It's been stuck on 64 for like the last hour and a half, so I don't think they'll go anywhere with that. Former Vice President Joe Biden currently leads in Nevada. 50.3 to 47.6 over President Trump, and that's the way it is in Nevada. If he gets 6, then that's not a huge accomplishment. But here's the way it all is laid out. It's very confusing, but that's just the way it's going on right now. I'm in fact gonna.
Is it kind of stalled over there?
It's stalled. It's big time stalled.
What are they saying?
They're stuck on 94 with Georgia and Carolina. They're stalling for Joe Biden to get. They're stalling for Joe Biden to get Nevada.
Yeah.
Well, I don't. I'm just saying that it's probably just stalled, and they're probably just trying to get Nevada down because Nevada had some issues with some of their voting places early on. That's probably the reason. Sure. I'll say that. Then they're still calling too close to call for a lot of the eastern states, and Nevada has not yet hit its peak. I believe that they should probably call Pennsylvania, even though it's at 64. President Trump has a very big lead over former Vice President Joe Biden, and then they should probably call Carolina, North Carolina too, and Georgia, just so we can all go to bed tonight. And just for good measures, they should probably call Michigan, so that we can just go to bed and say, oh, look at that, President Trump won, yay, all that stuff.
Does it say who Michigan is leaning towards?
Michigan is leaning towards President Trump. So is Wisconsin. So is Philly.
Pennsylvania.
Pencil. North Carolina is also. I thought they were going to call North Carolina earlier, but
Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin.
Trump needs
30,
Trump,
46.
Trump,
that would be
Trump,
46 right there.
40.
In addition to 210. That's 256. So then he would need North Carolina and Georgia.
The way it's working right now, he just needs Michigan. He needs Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia.
And Wisconsin.
Nope.
Yeah.
He can go without Wisconsin.
Well,
Take 213. Hold on. How did I do this before? Okay. I did it from 147.
right.
I kind of knocked it off by the way a bit.
What are they saying over there? What's Trump's total?
Trump's 53 to 44 in Michigan.
Well, total 213.
213, Biden 238.
All right, so Trump has 213.
Plus
Let's say he got Wisconsin for 10.
No, plus the 16 of Michigan, plus the 20 of Pennsylvania, plus the 15 of Carolina, plus the 15 of Georgia would equal his enough amount to be able to get him elected.
That would be 279.
Yep. Because he's already got Montana, and Montana gave him 3. It was supposed to initially come out at 270, but then he got Utah and Montana.
Okay.
So now he said 279. He would probably get away if he manages on splitting Maine. He could probably get away with not having one of the 10s in there, if there are any 10s.
Yeah, there's
Georgia.
Georgia's
10?
16. North Carolina's
15. Well, then no, he couldn't get away with it. He'd just have an extra point.
Wisconsin is 10.
Wisconsin's 10.
Uh-huh.
I'd say this is probably the longest election in the world.
From my memory, they've always been long like this.
I thought last election ended like at midnight to 1. It just seems like they're taking a long time to call. If you guys know what I mean, it seems like it's going to be a close way. But if President Trump and his campaign do exactly like what I have predicted as of right now, then he'll come up with the victory.
Are there any other states that are looking more?
Alaska or Nevada. That would be 6.
Besides that one. So
Once Nevada gets done, then he needs Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Biden does. If Biden takes Wisconsin but Trump takes Pennsylvania, then Biden will need a whole bunch more because Pennsylvania is the most expensive on the board at the moment.
No.
I'm not even a professional statistical analyst, and I'm still doing this right now and still bearing the weight of this and still acting like I'm President Trump's statistical analyst.
Okay. So Olivia says that she is working on her science fair tonight, sort of. So
That's funny.
Maybe you should find out what she's working on.
Mm-hmm. So, what's your science fair project, Olivia? I'm fine. I'm just trying to manage being President Trump's secretary.
So, Olivia, you still with us?
I'm sure she is. It says 4, and it's probably Kaylee, you, Olivia, and Mr. Christopher. I don't think Gavin joined back, but
He let us know if he did.
yeah, I'm sure it's Mr. Christopher. But I would think they'd both be watching. Well, it might be Miss Michelle and Mr. Christopher. They might be both watching it, and Kaylee be watching it by herself. If she's still awake, by the way.
I don't think Kaylee's awake.
I don't think Mr. Christopher and Miss Michelle are too, because they're just. I haven't heard anything from the chat in a while.
Mm-mm.
It's funny. I had 12 people on here at one time.
Yeah.
That was incredible.
So Olivia, what's your science fair project?
Asked her that, but there are clusters of Bidens in Georgia, from what I can tell. Here, I'm gonna go in depth by myself because I don't trust these guys very much. It's true. Let's go down.
The germs that slime leaves behind on our people. Ooh. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
That sounds interesting.
Okay, so.
Oh, not people, table.
Table.
The germs that slime leaves behind on our table. Now, are we talking about?
What kind of slime?
Yeah, what kind of slime? Are we talking about like the kind that you make, the homemade kind, or are you talking about something else?
I don't know.
The refill. Go.
Covering right now. Did Miss Olivia get back with us? President Trump about to take his stand in.
Yelling for Kaylee, and she doesn't.
Kaylee. Oh, Kaylee.
And it's 1 o'clock.
Yep. Can I borrow your phone real quick, please? Oh, darn! I just threw it. Make America great, or keep America great again. Yay. What? I think what Georgia's got is some issues. I think that
Well, all my friends voted. I know for a fact.
well, yeah. I'm sure you know who they voted for too.
Yes, I do.
I would agree.
So homemade slime and testing if different activators change the results.
They better hurry. I'm running out of battery. And I like using this touch screen. It's fun. With this pen, it's fun to do it. Can't twist it around my cast. Okay, so that's 26, 36, 46, 56, 66. That's 77 points in itself. The states that Trump has.
Did you get a couple more? Because it looks
80.
filled in. Did Georgia go yet? No.
I feel like it was filled in something, but
No.
Georgia is not. And Georgia is not. They've both stayed at 238 and 213 for a while. Actually, former Vice President Joe Biden was at 237 for most of the later of the night because and then he got half of NE of Nebraska. If if President Trump can get half of Maine, then is it District 2? Maine at large, Joe Biden got it. District 1, Joe Biden. District 2 is what's still in the air, and President Trump is the leader of District 2. It seems like they're on 77.29. It seems like they should be done by now with that, but it seems like they should be done with everything right now, but they're not. So,
Trevor, Olivia would like to know what happened to your finger.
I was playing basketball outside with my with the kids at CC, and I bounced the ball right when it hit the cement. I didn't realize it, and the ball bounced right back up and bent both my fingers back. And this one, I hyper extended it, which basically means I pulled a tendon and I just strained it. So yeah, it's painful. It doesn't feel good. Okay, so we are getting nowhere here. If it were up to me, I would close all of the polls from Georgia and Maine, Maryland, and Georgia, and all the ones that need to be, and just tally up the points. I mean, and just see who won. I mean, I know who would have won because they just ended it there. And then former Vice President Joe Biden would get Nevada. This was a lot closer of a election than I thought it would be. If they can get out of a lull, then they'll be able to.
How many points did Biden get for Nebraska? Was it one?
Half of Nebraska. He just got 1 point for half of Nebraska.
Nebraska's worth 5, but he only got 1 point.
He only got 1 for the half of Nebraska, and I'm pretty sure that President Trump got the rest of it.
4?
No, 5.
Well, it's only worth 5 total. So
5 total for Nebraska by itself, but then 1 total for the rest. So just put 5 in. I'm pretty sure that's it. It should come out to 213. If not, then he got 0. And you need to exit out. If not, but not right now. Huh? Yeah, they're not calling. I was going to say it was a good night for the Republicans, but then the House started failing, and then they got into a lull where we all have to wait and see what's going on. So I don't know that I would call it a good night for the Republicans anymore. No, I don't want to go to bed.
Olivia's fighting to stay awake.
So am I. But
No, that's what I was saying. You are.
Oh, yeah. Can you get me some? Yeah, I think Kaylee and Mr. Christopher are asleep now.
Is that okay?
I'm pretty sure it was. I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure completely, but I'm basically the Fox channel on YouTube because I've got Fox going over here,
Right.
And then I'm just doing my own thing, giving basic own opinions and stuff like that. But okay.
Be right back.
I'll be right back, y'all. Back in 5. Please stand by. Ugh. Just kidding. Can I have like $5 for doing this? Those newscasters are getting paid millions of dollars for doing exactly what I'm doing. I know, it's meant to be a joke right
I
now.
don't have $1 million, I'm sorry.
That's not what I'm saying. I'd be happy with 5. Sorry.
Gotta start over. Hang on. Can't do math at 1 o'clock in the morning.
I can't do anything at 1 o'clock in the morning, typically.
Sure you can. You're doing a great job.
That's why I said typically. But tonight's not typically. We should have put this up a long time ago. It looks really good. That's not right. Well, the Republicans have 1 seat more in the Senate right now by their win in the Montana Senate race. But I believe Sharice Davids won in the Kansas, did she? Yeah. I don't know. I think people want her around for a while. I don't really agree with her opinions. I don't agree with her, period. But the Republicans gain 1 seat. And I'm going to do some boring statistical analytics right now here. So, Sleepy Joe needs to win Nevada, Wyoming, and Pennsylvania, or Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. He probably won't win Wisconsin or Pennsylvania, from what I'm seeing right now. He'd need to really, really bounce back from something if he had a chance. But President Trump, from what it appears, is President Trump will win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania by the end of the night. Probably, possibly, I don't know. I'd say North Carolina is a little bit too close to call, but it's still by just a couple more points than you'd want. And then Georgia is a little further. You could probably say that Wisconsin, Miami, Philadelphia, or Pennsylvania, and Georgia are all going to be finished off by the end of the night. Probably Nevada. I wouldn't count on Alaska. But President Trump has a huge, huge lead on former Vice President Joe Biden right now in Alaska. From what I've seen from people in Alaska, they tend to like President Trump. That was kind of an immature thing to say, but whatever. I don't care. Odd thing is that there's only been 1 swing state this whole entire race. All the rest of the states have been, I'm going to check on Nevada because I do not know. There is a President Trump's kind of jumped on former Vice President Joe Biden a little bit in Nevada, but there's not much else to say about that. It just doesn't seem, I don't know. He might get former Vice President in Nevada. By then, I would say it's almost a lost cause for former Vice President Joe Biden. but I'd have to. Do you need me to do it?
Yeah.
Hand it over. Trump. Both. Wow. I do all the work. I should get paid. 4 plus 9. What the heck? 4 plus. What the heck? 4 plus 9. Oh my gosh. Where's the 9 coming from? 4 plus 3.
It's not meant to be.
Plus 3.
Oh dear.
Plus 6. Plus 3.
Lost my internet.
Plus 3. Plus 4. Plus 6. Plus 7. Plus 38. Plus 6. Plus 10. Plus 6. Plus 8. Plus 11. Plus 8. Plus 11. Plus. Let's say that's a 6. Plus 9. Plus 29. Plus 18. Plus 5. Plus. I miscalculated somewhere because he's at 200. He's at 213, not 204. What did I miss?
Mm-hmm.
It's Florida. You don't. Yes, you do. Never mind. I don't feel like it has ever gone this long ever. No, because right when I go to bed, we're gonna hear people saying, Trump won Philly, Trump won blah, 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 Biden won blah, 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 and then I'm going to be like, of course I ended the stream right then, right when I went to bed. That's just the way it goes. I don't think I can do that. I'll do it later. Or whatever you were doing on that. No, they're going to need Pennsylvania. It's one of the plain and simple things in this. Gosh. It just seems like it's carrying on forever. We lost somebody. Probably was Kaylee. Olivia, you still on there? Who's still on there? We still got 3 people, or did you leave? Or did you leave? Did you leave?
I did, but I came back.
Okay, well then it's your fault.
I came back.
Oh, okay.
I'm back now.
Okay.
And I think Olivia went to make some tea.
Okay.
Yep, she did. She's still on there.
Okay. So it's probably Kaylee or
So it's me and Olivia and somebody else.
Okay. Whoever it is, then I commend you for staying on here and watching me suffer. I'm funny when I'm tired. That's funny. I commend you for staying on here and watching me suffer. That's what I'm doing. Bollier. Lost to Marshall. Roger Marshall beat Barbara Bollier. Bollier. Sorry, Michael. And somebody just joined back. Hi, whoever that is who just joined. This is me, Trevor Huff, suffering because they won't get off their stinking butts and get the stuff all counted out.
Crashed.
She just crashed.
That's what it said.
Oh boy, let me see. That's funny. Someone said maybe we don't need Pennsylvania to end it. I'm like, yeah, right. We need Pennsylvania plain and clearly. Pennsylvania is like one of the only ways that former Vice President Joe Biden will be able to pull it off tonight. Okay? Pennsylvania is one of the only ways that President Trump will be able to pull it off tonight, okay? We need Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Almost like you guys are the ones telling me that that we can't make it for the, you know. Kaylee crashed and burned. We're sorry for your loss, Kaylee. I also crashed and burned like 2 hours ago, but I'm still here. So get back up and keep going, soldier. What the heck?
Kelly says you're fighting the good fight. If we hold Georgia, Trump will win with Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. It's looking good.
They better do it soon, because I'm about to fall out of this chair.
Hi, Kaylee. I'm not going to get in full screen because I really look like I've been run over by a truck.
I look worse, by the
We
way.
are so exhausted. Are you tired?
Oh my God. See, I'm falling over. I'm not doing very well. But I gotta hang in here. There's the family. Hey, is that Prince Harry?
I can't see it.
Is that the Property Brothers guy and Prince Harry?
Oh my gosh.
I'm pretty sure Prince Harry just walked into the White House.
Which Property Brothers guy?
Does it matter? They both look the same. They could go as anyone.
Prince Harry?
And Prince Harry, yes.
Not at the White House.
That's not the White House, actually. That's, like, Trump Tower or something. I don't know. Hey, there he is. Why is he blue? Wrong tie, dude. You need to wear a red tie. Oh, he's in trouble. He's wearing a blue tie. Oh, my gosh. He's so in trouble. That's Biden's thing. Huh. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Olivia says, please don't fall out of your chair. It would be kind of funny, but still don't.
Yeah. That's funny. Latest news conference I've ever had. This is probably what I appreciate this very much, and I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. No, I'm just doing it myself. A very sad group of people is trying to defranchise a group of people. We won't stand for this. I don't know. That was probably, and I want to thank the First Lady and my family.
President's speaking, you should turn it up so you can hear it.
Okay, fine. Get ready to have your ears blown off.
No, don't worry.
The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good. Such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it to support our incredible movement. We won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot.
Yeah. Washington.
We won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas.
Yeah, I didn't expect Ohio.
We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia.
Yeah. He's about to.
We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us.
Dang.
Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Where we're up
Big
1.4%
one.
or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out
He
there
sounds
that
tired.
we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight. He said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely.
That's President
And
Trump.
we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount.
Yeah, he's gonna win Penny Sly. That's for sure. When they call Penny Sly, he's gonna win it. He's got it. Kaylee crashed again. Somebody left. And then Michigan, he's got a good one on Michigan and Wisconsin.
We're up 600. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 600.
Wow. That's a good amount.
These aren't even close. It's not like, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president.
Where they happen to like
So
your
we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. It's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many. We had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 460. Look at it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left.
That's why he said it's there.
And all of a sudden, everything just stopped.
Hmm.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
Is he declaring victory?
So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad
Because
moment.
today
And
was supposed to be election day,
we
not
will win
tomorrow.
this, and as far as I'm concerned, we already have won. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
Mhm. And now I agree with what the president was saying. It did kind of stop all out of a sudden.
I want to join you.
I don't really
in thanking
understand
more than 60
what
million
happened there,
Americans
but
who have
here's Mike
already
Pence.
cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump in the White House. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the president said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory, and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Make America great again. And like I was saying before, I kind of agree with the president on this situation because I believe that it did kind of just abruptly stop. I don't know that it was a fraudulent, fraud of some sort. I don't think maybe it was just a lull in it, but I do agree that maybe they should take it to the Supreme Court and make sure that in 4 a.m. that they don't just pick up and say, oh, look at this, Biden just won, I think that wouldn't be very fair to President Trump in this situation, I would say. But typically I would probably disagree in that situation. But at this point, I think that it's probably definitely that kind of situation because just look at the margins, like you were saying. Look at the amounts. He's defeated former Vice President Joe Biden on several occasions, and they still haven't called. Look at Pennsylvania at 64% is in, and 56-42. I don't see him coming back from that. It's taken people up to 64 to get it, and he doesn't have a full 64 to get there. I just don't see it, and since he was the one who passed former Vice President Joe Biden in the first place, I just don't really see it going anywhere. And then with Arizona, he did gain a little bit, but former Vice President Joe Biden officially has won Arizona, and race is called. So that was one thing that I believe was incorrect on President Trump's part. But as I look over here at the election results here by Michigan and Wisconsin, he was saying it's great margins. He has 51-47, and that's a pretty good margin. I got to agree with the president. There's something, he's working hard, and this has worked out. Look at Michigan, 71% reported, and President Trump has just shown up. Currently, it looks like he's just like Biden didn't even show up here. It's 53-45 here. That's a huge margin with 71 to go. And then you look down in Pennsylvania, you have Donald Trump. He has 56-42. I know there's 64 complete only, but that is an incredible margin in this point. And then you have North Carolina, that comes up 50-48. He's correct, and it's at 94. So honestly, they should just call North Carolina right now. I agree with him on that. North Carolina, I believe he has won that. Down to Georgia, that seems like one of the easiest to get here. President Trump is just shown up right now. Former Vice President Joe Biden in Georgia, just acting like he was not even there to do it. It's a pretty good margin, but it's not the best margin. We've seen it in a couple of other places. And then you go to Alaska. President Trump, with Alaska as a whole, he's leading by an extreme amount, 60-36. I have to, and I know this maybe, some people don't agree here with me, but I'm just going to say that I agree with the president. There's something going on. I don't know if it's fraudulent or if, they just are at a point where they're not getting all the reports in, or if someone is messing with it just because they don't want President Trump in office. And we've seen this before. This has happened back in the time when Bush was trying to be in as a president. They had a lull in the election, and Al Gore demanded a recount towards the end of the night because he thought he had him, and he didn't. So at this point, I just have to say that President Trump has defeated Joe Biden from the standards of the electoral college points in there. And including Alaska, he's already at 270, and he's in fact at 280 at the point of it right now. In fact, the votes are pouring in for President Trump right now. I'm watching my screen right now, and the meter is just going like crazy. And it's not moving for former vice president. I don't know. It's just, to me, it doesn't seem right, if you know what I mean. If you understand. But I don't know. Whatever your view is your view, and I understand. I feel as if quite possibly something is going on right now. So let's head back to Fox and see what we can see here, and I'll keep you guys updated on this. But I think that was a great motivator for me to finally wake up now. Gave me some good reasons to start talking again. But as for right now, President Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden, the ticker hasn't moved at all, and I'm gonna have to see what exactly is gonna happen. But they have not called a race at all at any point right now. And then, of course, President Trump's probably going to win District 2 of Maine, so that's definitely going to give him another point. So it's pretty big for President Trump right now. And then I feel like former Vice President Joe Biden he's struggling right now. He thought in the beginning of the night, he thought that he had it. He thought that he had it. But like the president was saying, these margins are incredibly large. I don't know if he can come back from them, even if he has a whole bunch of votes that come in at the same time, which then, to my point, would be incredibly, suspicious to me. But look at Pennsylvania, 56-42. That's a big, big deficit. I'd like to just see, how it turns out. But main thing is I would love it if they got this done within the next 30 minutes, most of all. So I'm going to continue to pay attention to this. In fact, I'm going to take a drink real quick before I continue my viewing. Who's left? One other. Yeah. That's what he said. I don't know. We have to see. Yeah, I got it. I know. Just
Is anything happening?
At the moment, we are seeing President Trump is currently ahead in Georgia. The votes have moved just slightly as I was checking my ticker just a little while ago, but it wasn't something extreme. In fact, this is an extreme number, 64,861,458 votes for President Donald Trump, and for former Vice President Joe Biden, 66,520. Currently, it's rising 560. Here, I'm going to let the number settle here. 575,901 votes at this moment. It's kind of coming in slowly, but it is in an ending point. Hello, new viewer, possibly, depending on, just to keep, no, it is. All right, hey, Olivia, just to keep you updated, President Donald Trump had a speech just a while ago. He was talking about how he thought that there was some sort of fraudulent, something was going on in the votes for them to abruptly stop at the moment. I don't know that I completely agree. I think that there may be something going on, but we just have to see what exactly is gonna play out for right now. President Trump is currently leading in Wisconsin, 51-47 over Joe Biden, leading in Michigan. Currently, as we go over here, it is not wanting to work. 53-45 in Michigan. Joe Jorgensen has the other percentage that did not show up on that. Pennsylvania, 56-42 is the amount that he has in Pennsylvania. Basically wins, or basically has won there. He has 50-48 in North Carolina here for the moment is we're going to see Georgia, the final place that we're currently paying attention to, 50-48. Also in Nevada, though, this has not been known as a swing state, but President Donald Trump has apparently caught some eyes in Nevada. As we're going to zoom in, he does have a few red states or a few red counties in Nevada right now. But as for currently, the state is swinging towards the left of Joe Biden, and then Alaska, in its entirety, is currently swinging towards President Trump at this moment. So that is the complete entirety of this whole entire the whole entire percentage and amount of points that have gone up against. Like I had said, there may be some interesting things going on. By the way, President Trump has said that he and his administration are planning on, if they do not declare, he basically declared victory tonight, even before it even came out. But 91% in Wisconsin. Wisconsin's close to being finished as far as I'm concerned, but he threatened to take it to the Supreme Court and tell the Supreme Court to not allow any ballots passed, possibly maybe even 2 this morning, because he quite literally said that I don't want there to be a ballot that's found at like 4 o'clock in the morning, and just say, oh, look, this goes to Biden. Let's put this there and this there and this there. That's what that's why he had against that's what he had to, I'm just going to say this just because, but that's what he had to gripe about tonight, no offense to President Trump. I'm just saying that that's he has some things that he usually has to complain about. Most of the time, I think that I understand why he is, but this is just one of those things, and I understand that he's probably upset that it's been this way. Glad that he's leading in some major states that he in fact said that he wanted and needed to win earlier on today when the votes were coming in, and he just wants it to be over. He wants them to declare his victory in those states. A few of them, I would say it's too close to call, but there are some that are just so outrageously far out that I think it's easy to say that President Trump won there. Probably more like Minnesota, or not Minnesota, probably more like Michigan and Pennsylvania. Those two states had the moreover of his votes. So most likely they will probably not declare his victory in some of the states tonight, but they probably will have to declare them tomorrow, especially if the president and his administration take this case to the Supreme Court. This might help his situation also because of the new addition to the Supreme Court, Amy Coney Barrett, who may agree with President Trump in this situation. But as far as I have seen, it's probably not. I mean, everything is for political reasons, but with them, but it's probably not for. If you understand what I'm saying, it's probably because he just wants to win. He wants it to be over, and I have to agree there because it's like about 3 in the morning for those in the Eastern time and 2 Central, so it's pretty late. But have to cover this for the time being, as they are back, and we might have a call here. It is a Senate race. And Dean for Pennsylvania, the Democrat, has officially won for Pennsylvania. Nothing for the presidential election, though. This is probably one of the latest presidential elections that we've seen in the past years, and I understand that that's probably another reason why President Trump does not want it to string on any longer here tonight, and I can understand. I can agree with it. So while they're continuing to talk about some situations, let's run you through here by the several situation that President Trump has to get himself victory here. He has to win, from what I've seen, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. I think that it's probably going to be easy for him to win in probably Michigan, Philadelphia, possibly Georgia. Seeing his amount that he has in Michigan, he's got a pretty sizable lead over Joe Biden here. And then in Pennsylvania, another big lead. Those shouldn't be too hard to get. Now, North Carolina, it's a little tighter. Same with Georgia. Both of those two states are not extremely close, but they are close battles. We're going to have to watch them for now. But as for right now, it is stuck at 238 electoral points for Joe Biden and 213 electoral votes for President Donald Trump. And currently, overall votes, President Donald Trump has 66,039,124 votes, where former Vice President Joe Biden has 449,789 votes. He is currently the leader of the popular vote, but President Trump, by the end of this, most likely will be the leader in the electoral votes, which therefore would declare him as the winner of the election. Only if the circumstances work out in his favor. For right now, the way that things stand in several of these states, they are probably not going to turn blue at any time in this point. Probably Michigan and Philadelphia are both not going to turn blue. And those were two key states that President Donald Trump definitely did not want to let go of. He definitely, according to my statistics in my that I had brought up in my math that I had done, he probably also needs to win North Carolina and Georgia. If he wins all four of those states, he will probably most likely be the president of the United States by the end of this, again, for his second term, as far as I know. So yes, this is how it's been going. Let's check on Fox News and see if anything drastic has happened. But as for right now, I don't think so. Let's President Trump claims victory despite many states remaining undecided. Hints at Supreme Court action in defiant with speech. Most likely it'll probably end within the next few hours. I wouldn't be too sure of it not. It will probably come down to it. I don't think, like I said, I don't think that a blue state will end up with the win. That's just how it's gonna probably go tonight. Yeah, it's pretty much halted right now. It's pretty much halted right now, but except there were a few votes coming in coming in just a minute ago when I was on my ticker. I don't know, as we've officially hit 7 hours. This is a 7-hour stream. How wonderful is that? Isn't that fun? So this is my longest live stream I've done in my life. It seems like I remember earlier on in the night when when it was 3 hours complete, and when we still had everybody from earlier on in the night still on, and the chat was packing up, and we got to understand some of the things. But I know this is a very serious day for this country. We all need to, understand that this is the decider on who's going to be running the country, And as President Trump claims victory, which I don't know, I can't really see in the future. As far as I'm concerned, everything is halted pretty much. I believe that if President Trump uses his actions to go to the Supreme Court, then things might get a little brutal at times. In fact, and then the Democrats may bring it to Supreme Court themselves. So, truthfully, I have to say that this is just a runaway train. And if I were the electoral colleges and anyone within the states, I would definitely declare someone a winner by tonight, just so that this doesn't get messy by President Trump or even Joe Biden. Just make it seem like it was a fair fight, even if it wasn't. Just make it seem like it, so that neither of them. Okay. How long do you think this now? Well, I don't know. I was trying to make it all the way, but it sure does seem like they're not wanting to get it done before, because it already is about 2 a.m. right now. But it doesn't seem like they kind of want to get it done tonight. But just looking at these polls, I just have to say that nothing really is happening. And I'm gonna head back to my ticker page here. Just check this out. Trump's gaining votes right now. Biden, not really. I don't know. I think it's just maybe. It may be just. I really don't have an explanation, I'm just hoping that they end it within the night. You know what I mean? Because of how it's going on, how's it all been going on. So as far as we see right now, the House is currently owned by Democrats, 179 to 171. The Senate is currently owned by the Republicans, 47 to 46. Before they probably will end the next Senate race in a little while. But independents do own 2 of the spots that Democrats and Republicans did not pick up themselves. The Democrats need 1 more to tie and 1 more to take the Senate for right now. But as for how it is right now, if it stays this way, and if President Trump gets what he wanted to, I'm gonna probably call this a game, because it seems like it is, and it's been going on forever. If this game ends the way that President Trump wants it to, where they just call all of the ballots and all the every paper and ballot that comes out right at the moment, then most likely Mitch McConnell will be the Senate Majority Leader for another amount of years. But if not, then there's still a lot of time left going on for some of the Democrats and the Republicans to try and figure out here on the time. So, like I said, The House has 179 Democrats, 171 Republicans, and one independent. So that is how it's going for them. And President Trump is at 213, while Joe Biden is at 238. That's how it all is.
Did you just
seated.
say that the House was won by the Republicans?
How the Senate is currently being led by the Republicans. The House is currently being led by the Democrats.
So the House, is that official? I mean, is that?
It isn't over yet, the House battle.
They're
So.
still, okay.
They still have a few. If I go to the House battle over here, doesn't ever want to work when I pull it up though. The House battle. I'm pretty sure they still, yeah. The Alaska and Arizona battles, there's still Alaskan and Arizona battles going on right now. And then there's probably a few more. There's another Arizona. Arizona has a lot of state reps right now. And then there's California still going right now. And like President Trump said, everything's stopped. So that's probably why everything's just period. And California is at its point, and right there. And it appears California has a few left also. And there's a lot for California though at this moment, but it is still all completely stuck at 40 or at 64% for right now. It just is a really, really, really long wait. It's kind of odd to me right now to see this really long wait. The California House is still fighting. There are a lot of people in the California state reps, so there's several going up against each other. There's a lot of red, and there's a lot of red in the on the map right now. An amount of blue, but a lot of red, and I think if President Trump can keep it going, the red will get brighter and even further in for right now. But as far as things are going right now, President Trump, like he said, he's calling for them to just end it right where it is, which for the sake of sleep probably is not the worst of ideas. There are a lot of people who probably would oppose it. A lot of Joe Biden fans out there that would probably oppose the idea of them canceling the rest of it. But there would probably be a lot of people that would like to have sleep too, and just be reassured to the fact that. And just be assured to the fact that somebody won, but you don't, because if it were me, I would honestly want to stay awake to see the president and who will be the president, if you understand. All right, now they are showing the president's speech right now, and we'll turn it up here.
We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list.
Okay. So he says he'd like all voting to stop.
So yeah, like the guy in the elegant black suit with the really nice red and striped tie said, he says he wants the voting to stop, but it's kind of to the point where you have to say, is that fair to other people? Some people will be saying, I want my candidate to win, so why don't we just continue? But there's a reason why we want to continue, because don't you want your candidate to win fairly? And at this point, it appears that President Trump is winning fairly. Okay, so I would say that it should be stopped where it is. Of course, though, President Trump did gain up some time, and I believe it was Wisconsin now 55-43 at this time. But it looks like it's a bit of a painful battle right now, and they're probably all just screaming right now at each other. But I feel like there are a lot of people that probably agree with the president in this situation, but you can probably, in some cases, officially, mark down Wisconsin, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and probably Charlotte, North Carolina. You could probably mark off North Carolina and Georgia, and maybe even Wisconsin. I'd say that the way that Trump is leading and had been leading before, where Biden was not really catching him to any extent, I would say that's just the way it's going to continue. So honestly, I would say that we need to probably end the polls. Okay, so I'm going to take a 5-minute break here, and then I'll be right back, guys. So I'm going to have a quick intermission. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, at about 3:30 Eastern Time, 2:30 Central, I think 11:30 Pacific Time, possibly, we will be calling our coverage of the race for the night, due to the amount of time that has been going on. I will probably in the morning update you guys if the race isn't over by then, and then probably if it is, then you probably have known already. But so as for right now, this is just currently just a standing still train. It seems like nothing is actually happening as I head back to my ticker here. It seems like nothing is actually happening, but when I look down here, there are votes that are still coming in by the thousands, actually. So, it just, I don't know. Excuse me. But President Trump still leads in all the places that he was leading before. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure if we will have results tonight. Based off of what we're seeing right now, most likely not. But as for right now, the House is stalled also. I believe all elections are currently on a standstill. President Trump still leads in Georgia. It seems like the percentage should go up right now, but as far as we're concerned, it just hasn't moved at all. In fact, it's making us look, it's kind of like the president was saying, it's kind of making us look bad. Usually elections, the last election that I've been for ended about, and it ended about 1 o'clock or midnight, but and it's a runaway train. Pennsylvania, 55.7 to 43.1 by Trump ahead. I just don't see how they are just allowing it to keep going. It seems like the sooner that they end it, the sooner that the pain will end. I don't know why this is happening for some people, but the mail-in votes, the people who've done the mail-in votes, I'm sure that they've counted those, and as many as they can that they've gotten in by today and stuff. So by any example, there's probably not going to be a winner by tonight, and I would be surprised if there was a winner by tonight. It'll probably be by late afternoon tomorrow at the latest, probably. It just doesn't seem like it's gonna go anywhere. It should be moving, and it should be moving a lot quicker than this. So I do just believe that this is just kind of, I don't know how to explain it really, but I do know what I'm gonna say is that I think that it should be done by now. That's all I have to say. By the way, I am going to end it at about, I've decided to move the, what? Okay. I'm going to have to end this live stream in about a couple minutes. I'm going to end it at the next 15 mark, and we're just going to stop right there because of how long this is going for. So I thank you guys for sticking in there with me. It's been a long journey to the end of this. I know we've all watched for it, waited for it for a long time. It's been heavily anticipated by several people across the whole entire world, or across the whole entire United States. But what I do know is that they are not making calls at all on anything at this moment. So I believe it's safe to say that this is well over. At this moment, it has not moved for the last 2 hours since about midnight. We have not seen a call since about 11:30, but it has not moved since about midnight. So as for me, I'm just going to say thank you for watching my YouTube channel video. Please like or subscribe or drop a comment. Just please like or subscribe to my channel. And by the way, thank you for voting and letting your voice be heard to the United States. And no matter who you voted for, we thank you. Goodbye for now. This is Trevor Huff ending his report today. Thank you.